Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. My sister Emma was never the type to do things halfway. If she committed to something, she gave it everything she had. That's what made her disappearance so impossible to understand. It wasn't like her to vanish without a word or a sign. She was responsible, careful, and as much as she hated her job at the local call center, she never missed a day or came home late without telling someone. The night she disappeared was just like any other, or at least it should have been. She finished her shift at 10:30 in the evening. It was a Tuesday in early March. I remember because it was still cold, the kind of chill that sneaks into your bones when the wind picks up on the plains outside Lubbock. I stayed up late that night waiting for her call like usual. It was routine by then. She'd check in when she left work, text when she got in the car, then call me when she was close to home. But that night, nothing came. No text, no call. I figured maybe she had stopped to grab a snack or gas. The store near her work was open late, and she had mentioned wanting to try a new kind of energy drink. At 2 in the morning, I started getting worried. Not panicked yet, but that nagging feeling that something was off had settled over me. I tried calling her phone, straight to voicemail, again and again. Still no answer. By sunrise, I was at her apartment, pounding on the door. No response. Her car was gone. That was the first real jolt. She never left without her car. I knew that for sure. The police took the missing person report seriously but cautiously. Emma was 24, an adult, and had never disappeared before. They said to wait 48 hours and let them know if she didn't turn up. But I could not wait, not when I had access to the security footage from her workplace parking lot. I got a friend to help me pull the video from the cameras outside the building. It was grainy, like old VHS quality, but it showed what happened that night. Emma left the building, tired and bundled up in her black coat, hair pulled back in a ponytail. She walked steadily to her car, keys in hand. Nothing unusual so far. Then a white van rolled slowly into view. It came from the far end of the parking lot, moving behind parked cars, as if looking for something or someone. The driver's window was down, but I could not see the face. The van stopped a few feet behind her. Emma didn't run or even turn around. She just kept walking toward her car. The van door slid open. Someone stepped out, but again, the camera angle didn't catch their face. No struggle, no sign of a fight. Emma never made a sound or gesture that looked like she noticed anything was wrong. Then she got into the van. The door shut. The van pulled away slowly, then sped up, leaving the parking lot and the camera's view. It was over in less than a minute. I replayed the footage dozens of times, couldn't find any clues beyond what I already saw. No license plate, no other cars nearby, nothing. Her phone stayed on, pinging cell towers in the next town over for a few hours. Then it went silent. 3 days later, it popped up again, 800 miles away in the northern part of New Mexico. That was the last time anyone saw or heard from Emma. I combed through her things when I got the apartment keys, her closet, her desk, the little kitchen. I wanted to find any hint that she had planned to run away or escape. But all I found was a receipt folded in the pocket of her coat. It was from a gas station near the town where her phone last pinged, dated 2 days after she disappeared. The receipt was for a small bottle of water and a pack of gum. No notes, no clues. I don't know if she bought it herself or if someone else left it there. I showed the receipt to the police, but they said it wasn't enough to go on. No fingerprints, no surveillance cameras at that station. Just a slip of paper with the date and time. I started digging on my own, reaching out to anyone who might have seen something, anyone who worked at that gas station or had connections in the towns her phone showed up in. Most people didn't know her. Some were suspicious of a stranger asking questions. Others didn't want to get involved. I found out the van was probably an unmarked vehicle, possibly used by human traffickers or other criminals who targeted women alone at night. I refused to believe Emma was caught in something so dark, so senseless. Could she have been trying to escape something herself? Was this a plan she put in motion and never got to finish? Or was there something else, something more controlled and orchestrated than anyone could imagine? Every night I go over the footage again, trying to find a face, a plate number, a detail I missed. Every night I wonder what happened to my sister. After days of staring at that grainy footage, replaying it over and over, I realized something odd. The van's movements weren't frantic or hurried like a quick grab or kidnapping you see on TV. It was methodical. Slow, calculated. It pulled in as if it had been waiting for her, parked in the shadows, and made no attempt to rush or hide its presence. It felt like something far more controlled than a random crime. I kept thinking about Emma walking calmly into the van without even glancing back. No panic, no hesitation. It did not fit her personality at all. She was cautious, sometimes to a fault. If she'd sensed danger, she would have bolted or screamed, but there was none of that. Was she already complicit? Did she know the person in the van? Was this some kind of escape she planned but never got to explain? Or was she forced, trained somehow to behave that way? I spent the next week visiting the local police station, hoping for new leads. The officers were professional but distant, tired of missing persons cases that went nowhere. They kept telling me to be patient, that investigations take time. They ran checks on the van description, but nothing matched. I asked about the gas station receipt found in her coat. They said it was a cold lead, no fingerprints, no video footage. No one had seen her there. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than a coincidence, that someone wanted her to be found there, or at least wanted me to find that receipt. One night, I called every hospital and shelter I could think of in Texas and New Mexico, the places she might have been taken, or might have gone to if she escaped. No records of her anywhere. It was like she vanished into thin air. I decided to go to the gas station itself, the one listed on the receipt. It was a lonely place, a small building on the edge of town, with a single pump and a dusty parking lot. The clerk there remembered a woman in a black coat coming in late at night around the date on the receipt. She paid in cash for a bottle of water and some gum. No one else had been with her. No strange men or vehicles nearby. She said Emma looked tired, but calm, no signs of distress. I asked about security cameras. She shrugged. We used to have them, but they stopped working a month before that night. I asked if anyone else had been seen hanging around. She mentioned a white van that sometimes parked near the back, but no one ever reported it. I took pictures, wrote down everything, felt closer and yet so far away from answers. Back at my apartment, I sat down with my laptop, mapping the phone pings. They showed a path, a trail from Lubbock into New Mexico, mostly along highways and back roads. It looked like someone driving fast and taking the most direct route. But why? Where to and who? I reached out online, posting on forums about missing persons and trafficking. Some responses were supportive, others suspicious. I learned about rings that use unmarked vans to abduct people, about how victims are sometimes forced to cooperate under threat. The more I read, the darker it got. I wished I hadn't looked. One message caught my eye. A woman claimed to have been rescued from a similar situation. She described being taken by a white van, being told to obey or face worse consequences. She escaped after weeks, but had no idea why she was chosen or what the captors wanted. I messaged her, desperate for more information. She warned me to be careful, said I was probably being watched already. That scared me more than anything. I started noticing things around me. Cars parked too long outside my building. Unfamiliar faces watching from a distance. Calls from unknown numbers with silence on the other end. Shadows moving just beyond the streetlights. I felt trapped in a nightmare I could not wake from. One evening, I found a note slipped under my door. No handwriting, no signature, just one line. Stop looking. It shook me to my core. But I could not stop. I could not stop looking for Emma. I hired a private investigator with experience in missing persons. He dug into the phone records, credit card transactions, and vehicle registrations. He found the van was registered under a fake name, a shell company with no real address. It had been seen around other cities with similar disappearances reported. It was part of something bigger, a network I was only beginning to understand. I spent countless hours talking to anyone who would listen. Local news, advocacy groups, online communities. Some people warned me to let it go, to move on. Others gave me hope, sharing stories of survivors and rescues. The hardest part was the silence from Emma herself. No calls, no messages, no sign that she was still alive or fighting. I clung to every scrap of evidence, every whisper of a lead, hoping for a breakthrough. Months passed. Then one day, a package arrived at my door. No return address, no name. Inside was a small box wrapped in brown paper. I opened it carefully. Inside was a single photograph of Emma, not recent, but a picture from years ago, smiling at the camera. Alongside it was a note, "She remembers you." That was the first sign that she might still be out there somewhere. That night, I looked again at the parking lot footage, at the calm face of my sister, walking into that van without resistance. I wondered what she was thinking, what she was feeling. Was it hope, fear, resignation? Or something else, something I did not understand? I promised myself I would not stop looking. Because somewhere out there, Emma was waiting. And I was coming for her. The photograph shook something loose inside me I had tried to ignore for months. Emma smiling, the same mischievous spark in her eyes I remembered from childhood. It was a reminder that she was still a person, not just a missing case or a statistic. I stared at it long after the note's words sank in. She remembers you. Those simple words twisted and turned in my mind. What did they mean? Was it a warning? A message of hope? Or something darker? Something I wasn't ready to face? I took the photo to the private investigator, Mike. He was the kind of man who kept his emotions out of the job, but I saw something shift in his eyes. Maybe hope, or maybe frustration. He told me to hold on to it, said it was rare to get anything so personal. He promised he would keep digging, keep pushing the case forward. Over the next few weeks, Mike traced the van's movements further. It wasn't just local anymore. The white van, or others like it, had been spotted in multiple states, always near reports of disappearances. The company behind the van was a front for something bigger, a trafficking ring or worse. I didn't want to believe that was the truth. I wanted to think Emma had escaped, was safe somewhere, planning to come back. But every clue, every lead, seemed to point towards something darker. One night, I received another call. No voice, just static. Then a faint whistle. 2 short notes, familiar and chilling. I answered, hoping against hope to hear Emma's voice, but only silence. After that, I stopped sleeping. The whistle haunted my dreams, waking me in cold sweats. I began carrying my phone everywhere, waiting for another call that might never come. Then came a strange email. No sender address, no subject, just one sentence. She is watching. It was too much, too personal. Someone was playing with me, or maybe trying to send a message through Emma. I wanted to run, to hide, but I knew that would mean losing her forever. I started to notice changes around me. Strange cars parked nearby, unfamiliar faces watching from a distance. Once, I caught a glimpse of a white van cruising past my apartment. The window was down, but the driver was hidden in shadow. Fear settled in my chest like a weight. I knew I was being followed. I told Mike. He advised caution, said to document everything and avoid confrontation. One evening I found a small package slipped under my door. Inside was a worn piece of fabric. I recognized it immediately. It was part of Emma's coat. My heart pounded as I held it. Someone was close, watching, maybe even nearby. I felt both terrified and strangely relieved. At least now I knew she had not been forgotten. I doubled down on my search, posted flyers, contacted reporters, and met with advocates for missing persons. Some gave me hope. Others warned me of the dangers of digging too deep. I found myself on the edge of something huge, something hidden beneath layers of silence and fear. One night, a breakthrough came. Mike called, his voice tense. "We found her," he said. "Sort of." He explained that a woman matching Emma's description had been seen in a town in Colorado, living under a different name. No one knew how she got there or why. I packed my bags immediately. I had to see for myself. When I arrived in the small town, everything felt strange. The streets were quiet, the people wary of outsiders. I asked around discreetly. No one recognized Emma's real name, but descriptions matched. A woman fitting Emma's appearance worked at a diner on the edge of town. I went there the next day, nervous and hopeful. I watched from a distance as she moved behind the counter, chatting with customers, laughing softly. Her hair was longer, her clothes different, but it was her. I wanted to call out, to run to her and hug her, but something stopped me. She looked happy, or at least safe. I didn't want to shatter whatever life she had built. I waited for her to finish her shift and approached carefully. "Emma?" I whispered. She turned slowly, eyes widening in recognition. There was a flicker of fear, confusion, and something unreadable. She nodded but said nothing. We sat in the diner's corner, the noise of dishes and chatter filling the air. She told me little, only that she was okay, that she had reasons for leaving and for staying quiet. I wanted answers, but I could see she was still trapped in ways I couldn't reach. That night I stayed in a motel down the street, thinking about what I had learned. Emma was alive but not free. I promised her I would keep looking, keep fighting, because some things are bigger than fear, because family means never giving up. The van had taken her, yes, but I was going to bring her back. After that night in the diner, I realized how complicated Emma's situation was. She was alive, yes, but the silence surrounding her escape or disappearance wasn't about her hiding from me or the world. It was about fear, deep, crippling fear that kept her from telling everything. I understood that better than anyone. She was stuck between wanting to come back and being terrified of what might happen if she did. The van that took her was not just a vehicle. It was part of a system built to control and silence. I saw it in her eyes, the way she hesitated to speak about the van, the people, the unknown. We spent hours talking that night, though she avoided specifics. She told me about the van, about the quiet, about the moments when she thought she might never leave. The way it moved from town to town, always just out of reach for anyone trying to help. How the people inside were ghosts, faces hidden behind masks of kindness and threats. I asked about the gas station receipt and the phone pings. She shook her head, tears brimming. "I don't know," she whispered. "They moved me, made me leave my phone. They watched everything." I promised her that I would help, that no matter how far or how dangerous, I would find a way to get her out for good. Over the next few days I stayed with her, helping her feel safe and trying to piece together what had happened. She started to remember details, names, places, routines of the captors. Small things that could build a map or a plan. She told me about the van drivers, how they changed like chameleons, blending in. About the fake papers, the lies, the threats that kept her silent. About other girls she saw, some older, some younger, all caught in the same invisible net. Her strength amazed me. Despite everything, she was fighting. Not just for herself, but for those who might still be trapped. I reached out to Mike with this new information. He started pulling together resources, law enforcement contacts, nonprofit organizations, experts on trafficking. We formed a small team, cautious but determined. It was clear this was bigger than we realized. The van was a piece of a larger puzzle involving networks that stretched across states. People who operated in shadows, protected by fear and silence. As we dug deeper, we faced resistance. Some leads went cold. Some contacts stopped returning calls. Others warned us to stop, hinting at danger. But the photograph, the receipt, the whispers, and Emma's courage kept us moving. One night, as I was leaving the motel after a meeting with a local detective, I noticed a white van parked across the street. The driver's side window was open, and I could see a figure inside watching. My heart pounded. I felt the weight of months of fear and uncertainty crash down on me. I walked faster, trying not to look back. The next morning I found another note slipped under my door. This time, it was a warning. "Stop digging, or she won't come back." I felt frozen, caught between terror and determination. I knew this was a crossroads. We could back down, protect ourselves, live with unanswered questions. Or we could fight. I chose to fight. We worked with law enforcement, sharing everything we had. The video, the receipts, Emma's testimony, the patterns. The authorities organized raids on suspected locations. They arrested people connected to the van networks. But the system was vast and tangled. Many escaped, leaving behind whispers and fear. Emma helped with witness accounts and identifications, though it was hard. Every step forward felt like opening old wounds. Slowly, she started to heal. Her voice grew stronger. Her hope returned. We stayed close, planning the next steps, always watching, always cautious. One day, as we walked through a small park near the town square, Emma stopped. She looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. "I want to go home," she said. I smiled, tears in my eyes. "We will," I promised. That night, I sat by the window, thinking about the journey, about the van that took her, the long road back, and the fight ahead. I realized that the story was not just about a van or a disappearance. It was about resilience, love, and the unbreakable bonds of family. Emma was gone for a time, yes, but she was never lost. And I would never stop searching. The more time I spent with Emma, the clearer it became that recovery was not a straight line. There were days when she was strong and determined, and others when shadows from the past swallowed her whole. The silence that had protected her for so long now threatened to pull her back into fear. It was a slow, fragile process, one I tried to respect even while pushing her to face the truth. I started going with her to counseling sessions and support groups. It was hard for her to open up in those rooms, but each word she shared chipped away at the invisible walls she had built. I saw small victories in the way she smiled, how she touched her hair without flinching, how she slept a little more soundly. Outside of those moments, we kept building a life, piece by piece. Quiet dinners, walks in the park, laughter that felt almost like a dream. I wanted her to know she was safe and loved, even when the nightmares whispered in the dark. Mike kept feeding me updates on the investigation. The authorities had arrested several key players in the trafficking network. The raids were coordinated across multiple states, thanks to the combined efforts of local police and federal agents. It was a big win, but the reality was harsh. Many had slipped through the cracks, disappearing like ghosts. The network was well hidden, operating with chilling efficiency. Fake businesses, manipulated identities, and silence bought with fear and threats. It was bigger than we imagined, a machine that preyed on vulnerability and desperation. Emma's testimony was crucial. She identified faces, routines, and tactics. She remembered the way the van drivers changed shifts, the signals they used, the coded language that kept victims in line. Each detail helped investigators piece together the puzzle. One afternoon, I got a call from Mike. There had been a breakthrough. A woman rescued from a similar situation had come forward. She described seeing Emma in a holding location months ago, scared but alive. It was the first real proof that Emma was not alone in this nightmare. The news gave me a spark of hope I hadn't felt in a long time. But it also reminded me how many others were still trapped, waiting for a chance to escape. I asked Emma how she felt hearing that. She looked distant, a mix of relief and sorrow in her eyes. "It means they are out there," she said softly, "and some of them don't make it." We talked about ways to help others, about using her story to shine a light on the darkness. She agreed to speak at events and share her experience when she was ready. It felt like the first step toward reclaiming her voice. Our small victories were tempered by moments of fear. One evening, I noticed the familiar white van parked a few blocks from our apartment. My skin prickled with anxiety. Emma urged me to call the police, but I hesitated. We were still vulnerable, still exposed. I watched the van for a while, then it disappeared into the night. I realized that even as we fought, the shadows still loomed. We became more careful, changed routines, installed security cameras and alarms, connected with neighbors and friends who kept an eye out. The trauma did not disappear, but we built defenses against it. I found strength in Emma's resilience, in her refusal to be broken. One morning, she surprised me by suggesting we take a road trip, somewhere far away from the memories and the investigations, a place to breathe, to feel free. We planned the trip slowly, carefully, making sure it was safe and comfortable. On the day we left, I packed the car with blankets, snacks, and the wooden whistle she had carried for so long. As we drove away from the city lights, the open road felt like a promise. We stopped at small towns, explored quiet trails, and stayed in little motels where no one knew our names. The trip was a healing journey. Emma laughed more than I had seen in years. She talked about dreams she wanted to chase, places she wanted to see. One night, as we sat by a campfire under a sky full of stars, she turned to me. "I am not just the girl who disappeared," she said quietly. "I am the woman who survived." Her words settled over me like a warm blanket. We knew the road ahead would still have challenges. There would be days when the past knocked hard on the door. But we also knew we would face them together. Our bond had been tested and stretched in ways I never imagined. And it had held. As the fire crackled and the night stretched on, I realized that the van that took her could never take away her spirit. She was more than a victim. She was a survivor. And together, we were reclaiming her story, one step at a time. After months of searching, fighting, and healing, it finally felt like the nightmare was easing. Emma and I had built a fragile peace, but it was peace nonetheless. We had faced the van that took her in every way we could, through the police investigations, the court cases, the therapy sessions. The network behind it was being dismantled piece by piece, and survivors were coming forward, their stories breaking the silence that had kept so many trapped. Emma's courage became a beacon not just for me, but for others still struggling. She spoke at events, sharing her story honestly and openly, helping to shine light on a dark corner of the world few wanted to see. Each time she spoke, she grew stronger, her voice steadier. I saw the weight lift a little more from her shoulders. One day, as I sat with her in a small cafe in the town where she had started to rebuild her life, she looked out the window and smiled softly. "Do you remember that first night I disappeared?" she asked. I nodded, my throat tight. The memory was still raw. "I wasn't ready then," she said. "Not ready to fight, not ready to come back. But I am now. Because of you, because of all the people who believed." I reached across the table and took her hand. "You never had to do this alone." We talked about the future, the things she wanted to do, the dreams she had set aside for so long. Travel, school, new beginnings. For the first time in years, those plans felt possible. The journey was far from over. Some parts of the network still operated, shadows lurking beyond the reach of the law. But we had struck a blow, and that counted for something. One afternoon, the police called with news. They had arrested a man they believed was the ringleader of the van network, a man with a history of exploitation and violence. Evidence was mounting, and he faced charges that could keep him locked up for years. Emma listened to the news quietly, a mix of relief and disbelief in her eyes. "I never thought I'd see that day," she said. Neither did I. Months later, Emma started classes at a local college. She wanted to study social work, to help others who had been through what she had. It was a way to take control, to turn pain into purpose. We found a small apartment together. It was simple, filled with light and hope. We decorated it with photos of family and friends, reminders of the life we were building. Sometimes, late at night, Emma would pull out the old wooden whistle she had carried through so much. She kept it on her nightstand, a symbol of survival and strength. She never used it again, but it was there, a reminder of where she had been and how far she had come. One quiet evening, as we sat on the balcony watching the sun set over the city, Emma turned to me and said, "Thank you for never giving up on me." I smiled, feeling the weight of those words. No one else could have done it. She squeezed my hand, eyes shining with gratitude. The van that took her tried to silence her, erase her story, but we fought back. Together, we reclaimed her voice and her life. Her story became one of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest times, love and determination can light the way. And though scars remain, they do not define her. Emma is free, and we are just beginning. I hadn't talked to Craig since high school, and even then, talked was generous. He was more of a peripheral person in my life, a friend of a friend, someone who was always around but never central. We had a couple classes together, maybe a few mutual parties. I remember him mostly as that kid who laughed too loud, always had something to prove, and somehow knew everything about everyone. So when he messaged me out of nowhere, nearly 10 years later, I was surprised. It was one of those casual Facebook messages, the kind you glance at and almost ignore. Craig T. "Hey man, I think we used to run in the same circles. You still in town?" I didn't see any harm in replying. I had just moved back to my hometown after years away. Work fell through in the city, rent got ridiculous, and I figured coming back would give me a chance to regroup. I was between jobs doing some contract design work from home. Most of my old friends had moved on, or at least moved out, so I was open to reconnecting. We grabbed a beer that Friday, some dive bar off Main Street I hadn't been to since college. Craig was different than I remembered, or maybe just older. He still talked a lot, but now there was a weird kind of charm to it, like he'd been through things and come out with stories. He was intense, sure, but he was funny too. Charismatic in that way people are when they seem completely unfiltered. We talked for a few hours about jobs, relationships, old classmates, the usual surface-level stuff. He said he was working in private logistics, which sounded vague, but I didn't push. He asked if I still saw anyone from back in the day. I told him no, not really. He nodded, grinned. "Then I guess I'm your oldest friend now." It was a joke, but something about the way he said it stuck with me. Over the next few weeks, we started hanging out more. Nothing crazy, bar meetups, backyard beers, occasional dinners when I felt like cooking, and he didn't feel like eating alone. He always brought something, a six-pack, takeout, once even a bag of steaks he got cheap from a guy at work. I appreciated the company. Living alone, especially in a town that used to feel like home but didn't anymore, gets heavy fast. But after a while, I started noticing things. He'd show up unannounced. Not often, but just enough to be unsettling. Once on a Sunday morning, I opened the door in my boxers thinking it was a delivery, and found Craig standing there, holding 2 coffees like we had plans. "Figured you'd be up," he said. "Didn't want these to go to waste." I hadn't heard from him in 2 days. Another time I came home from the grocery store and found him in my backyard, feet up on the patio table, smoking a cigarette. "I was in the area," he said, grinning like this was normal. And maybe it would have been if we were tighter friends, but we weren't. He started asking more personal questions too. What time I went to bed, if I still locked the windows upstairs, what I did when I couldn't sleep. I laughed some of them off, gave vague answers, but I was starting to feel observed. I didn't want to be rude. I didn't want to assume anything. People drift in and out of your life all the time. Maybe he was lonely too. Then came the night he stayed over. We were drinking more than usual. He brought some whiskey he said he'd been saving, and we polished off most of the bottle between the two of us. I offered the couch. He accepted. Around 2 a.m., I crashed in my room. He was still up, watching something on TV. I heard the volume low through the wall. When I woke up the next morning, he was gone. At first I thought nothing of it. The blanket was folded on the couch, the empty bottle left on the counter. But then I noticed my spare house keys. The ones I kept in the drawer near the front door were missing. I texted him, casually. Me. "Hey, good seeing you last night. You grabbed my spare keys by accident." Craig. "Nope, didn't even know you had those. Maybe check your coat pockets. I thought I saw you digging through them." I checked. They weren't there. I didn't press the issue. Maybe I misplaced them. But something in his reply felt rehearsed. That was a week ago. 3 nights later, around 3:15 a.m., I woke up to a sound. Not loud, not obvious. Just a shift in the air, a creak, something that pulled me from sleep with that cold, slow dread that wraps around your spine before you're even awake enough to understand it. I lay there in the dark, listening. Nothing. Then the next day, I decided to check my security camera footage. I'd set up a cheap indoor cam 6 months earlier, mostly because of porch pirates. It wasn't fancy motion alerts, cloud saves, night vision. One angle, straight from the bookshelf across the living room. I pulled it up on my laptop. There, at 3 a.m., motion triggered. I pressed play. The footage showed my front door slowly opening. Craig stepped inside. He didn't flick on the lights. Didn't hesitate. He just walked through the living room, slowly, scanning, looking around like he was taking inventory. He didn't touch anything. Didn't take anything. Just stood in the center of the room, hands in his jacket pockets. Then, after maybe a minute, he turned and walked back out. I watched the clip 3 times. Each time my heart pounded a little harder. I didn't remember dreaming anything that night. Didn't remember waking up, but he'd been there. In my house. While I slept. That was 3 days ago. I haven't heard from him since. And now, every night, I hear something. A door settling. A floorboard shifting. A whisper of air from a vent that suddenly feels like breath. Nothing in the house is out of place. Nothing is missing. But I swear, something's watching me. From inside. Since I watched the footage, I haven't been the same. I keep the lights on longer. double-check the windows, triple-check the doors, and still I don't sleep. That first night after seeing Craig on the camera, I sat in the living room with every lamp turned on, back to the wall, just watching. I didn't even realize I'd been holding a hammer in my hand until I dropped it out of sheer exhaustion around 4 in the morning. It's not that I'm afraid of him in the he might hurt me kind of way, at least not yet. It's the not knowing what he wants, the intrusion. The fact that he walked into my house like he belonged there, not to steal, not to confront, just to be inside, like he was inspecting something he already owned. The next morning, I texted him again. I kept it neutral. Me. Hey man, weird question. Did you stop by the other night? No response. 4 hours passed. Me. Craig? Still nothing. I stared at my phone all day. The text turned from delivered to read, and he never answered. By afternoon, I'd had enough. I called the non-emergency police line. I explained the situation. A man entered my house without permission, didn't take anything, but I had footage. I emailed it in while the officer on the phone took notes. His voice was calm, but I could tell he thought I was overreacting. Technically, if he had access to a key, and there are no signs of forced entry, it's murky. Still, someone will follow up. Do you know him well? No, that's the problem. Do you feel threatened? I paused. I don't know. I just feel watched. He told me someone would be in touch. That was it. The next night, I didn't wait to see if Craig would return. I left the house around 7 and checked into a cheap motel off the interstate. The kind where the front desk doesn't ask questions and the curtains don't quite reach the edges of the window. I used a fake name. Paid in cash. It felt paranoid, but the longer I sat in that room, the more I realized how far this had gotten under my skin. I sat on the edge of the bed, scrolling through the camera app again. Nothing new. I flipped back to the night Craig entered, pausing frame by frame. And that's when I saw it. In the background, barely visible, the hall closet door. It was open a crack when Craig walked in, closed when he left. I rewound, watched again. Open at 3 a.m. Closed at 5. But he never touched it. I watched his hands the whole time. They stayed in his pockets, never moved, not once. I rewound again. Open. Then closed. And something else. The faintest flicker, maybe a shadow, maybe a trick of the grainy feed, but I could swear something moved behind that door. I didn't go back to the house the next day. I called in a locksmith, had the entire system replaced, all the doors, all the locks, even the garage. I wanted no trace of the old keys, no chance of access. I watched from my car as they worked. The locksmith didn't ask many questions, just gave me a receipt and told me to stay safe. Nice guy. But he looked at me a little too long, like maybe I was the problem. I didn't care. That night, I returned to the house. And I brought a friend. Ryan was an old co-worker from a job I'd had years ago. We'd stayed in touch, and I trusted him more than anyone else. He was practical, calm, and most importantly, believed me. We walked the whole house together, checking every door, every window, every closet. When we got to the hallway, I stopped in front of the closet. This is where I think something's wrong. Ryan opened it slowly. Just coats, old shoes, a box of wires. But I stared at the back wall. Something felt off. I leaned in and knocked. It sounded hollow. Ryan noticed too. Together, we pulled the coats out, moved the box. And that's when we saw it, a panel, not a door, not exactly. Just a thin rectangle of drywall, not quite flush with the rest. Barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. He looked at me. You want to open it? I didn't, but I nodded anyway. He used a screwdriver to pry the edge. It came away with a soft pop. Behind it, darkness. A crawl space, narrow, maybe 2 feet deep, running the length of the wall. Ryan shined his flashlight inside. And then we both stepped back at the same time. Inside were wrappers, empty water bottles, a blanket, a phone charger, and worst of all, a pair of socks. Mine. Ryan whispered, Jesus Christ, man. I didn't speak, couldn't. Someone had been living inside my house. Not just breaking in, staying, watching. The thought made my skin crawl. I backed away from the opening, bile rising in my throat. We called the police right then. They showed up within 20 minutes, took photos, bagged the items. They said they'd review prints, though warned that if he wore gloves, there might not be much to go on. One officer, an older guy with a tight jaw, pulled me aside. You said he was a friend? Someone you let into your house? I nodded. He sighed. That's how they get close. Make you feel like you're the one who's overreacting. But this guy, he crossed a line. I want to press charges, I said. If we can find him, you'll have your chance. He handed me a case number and promised to follow up. That was last night. Now I'm sitting on my couch again, staring at the hall closet. It's sealed, boarded, taped, locked. But I can still feel it, that presence, that watching. And when I check my phone, new notification. Motion detected. Timestamp 3:12 a.m. This time the camera's facing the closet. And the footage? The panel shifts. Just a little. Just enough. After I watched the panel shift in the footage, just that half-inch tilt, like someone inside was pushing against it, I sat in the living room with every light on, my back to the front door and my eyes locked on the hallway. I held a crowbar in my lap. I don't know why I grabbed it instead of a bat or a kitchen knife. Maybe because it felt heavier, more permanent. I didn't call the cops right away. What would I even say? That I saw a board move? That I think someone is still in my house, maybe in the walls? I played the footage back again, slowed it down, frame by frame. At 3:11:47 a.m., the hallway was still. At 3:12:02, the panel lifted, maybe a few centimeters. A shadow shifted behind it. And by 3:12:15, it clicked back into place. No one came out. No one went in. And yet someone had moved it. Ryan called at 8 a.m., his voice groggy. "I couldn't sleep, man," he said. "That crawl space. I keep thinking about how small it is. You'd have to really want to be in there." "He was," I said. "I think he still is." Ryan paused. "You should get out." "I can't leave. Not until I know." I couldn't explain it, not even to myself, but something in me refused to abandon the house. Maybe because the idea of leaving meant giving Craig power. Me fleeing my own life because he wouldn't stay out of it. That felt wrong, like surrendering. By noon, I'd made up my mind. I was going to open the panel myself. The police had bagged the stuff they found, taken their photos, and told me to seal it up for now, but they hadn't actually gone inside the crawl space. It wasn't technically large enough for an adult man to live in, they'd said. But then again, they hadn't seen the footage. I took the crowbar, a flashlight, and slid the panel off. The stale air hit me immediately dry, almost sour. I knelt down, shining the light inside. There was more space than I'd realized. The crawl space stretched farther than I thought. A narrow corridor that bent sharply to the left, just 10 feet in. I couldn't see past the turn. "Jesus," I whispered. I sat back on my heels, debating my next move. Then I heard something. A scrape. Soft. Deliberate. From inside. I backed up fast, heart hammering. I wasn't going in. Not alone. Not without knowing he wasn't armed. I called the cops again. 2 officers came, both younger, both looking like they'd drawn the short straw. They brought a dog, a 9 unit that sniffed around the opening, ears perked. The dog didn't bark, didn't growl, just whined. The handler frowned. "That's not good." They slid on gloves and shined flashlights into the space. "I'm not crawling in there," one said. The other nodded. "We'll need to call in search and recovery, or someone from structural." The delay killed me. They marked the opening with tape, made notes, asked me the same questions again when I'd seen Craig last, what he said, what he wore. I repeated everything, word for word. But I could tell they weren't treating it like an emergency. To them, he was just a guy who overstayed his welcome, not a stalker, not a threat. That night, I went back to the motel. Not because I was scared, because I was tired, and because I needed to think. I didn't tell Ryan I left. I didn't tell the police either. But at around 2:50 a.m., I got a notification. Motion detected. I tapped the feed, dreading what I'd see. The hallway was empty. Then at 1 a.m., the panel slid open again. And this time Craig crawled out. Slowly, like he was stretching after a long nap. He stood up, brushed himself off, looked around, and then walked toward the kitchen. I fumbled to switch the feed to the other cam. He opened the fridge, drank straight from the orange juice carton, then shut it. He didn't touch anything else, just walked back to the hallway and disappeared through the panel again. I watched the whole thing unfold in real time. My breath caught in my throat. I was frozen, sitting on the edge of the motel bed, light from the phone casting long shadows against the wall. Craig was living in my house, coming out when he knew I was gone. making himself comfortable. He didn't want to steal anything. He wanted to belong. The next morning I took the footage to the station myself. I didn't bother calling. I walked in and demanded to see Harland, the lead officer assigned to the case. They brought him out after 15 minutes. He watched the clip with furrowed brows, expression hardening with every passing second. "All right," he said, "we'll issue a warrant. We'll sweep the whole property. If he's still there, we'll find him." Finally. They came in full force that afternoon, 2 cruisers, 3 officers, and a detective. They went through the crawl space with gear, gloves, headlamps. They found him, huddled behind the bend in the wall, curled in on himself like a spider in its web. He didn't fight, didn't scream, didn't even try to run. Just said, "I thought he wanted me here." They cuffed him and walked him out the front door. As they passed me, Craig turned his head, smiled. Not big, not sinister, just calm, like he knew something I didn't, like I'd let him in. I stared at him and said nothing. He disappeared into the cruiser without a word. It's been 2 weeks. The house is quiet now. Still, I replaced the panel with actual drywall, painted over it, moved a cabinet in front of it just in case. I sleep again most nights. Sometimes I still hear sounds, a creak here, a soft thump there, but I tell myself it's just the house settling. And when I check the cameras, nothing. But every now and then, I walk past the closet and think I hear breathing. Just on the other side. You'd think that after someone's arrested for squatting in your crawl space, someone you once shared beers and jokes with, you'd sleep better. You'd assume that everything clicks back into place once they're out of the house, out of your life. That's not what happened. The first 2 nights after Craig's arrest, I barely moved from the couch. I'd doze off with the TV on, jerk awake at every commercial break, heart racing for no reason. The 3rd night, I forced myself into bed and stared at the ceiling until sunrise. He was gone. The crawl space was sealed. The police had taken everything: his blanket, water bottles, the charger, even a small notepad they found with nonsense scribbled in red pen. Pages full of loops, names, symbols, numbers that didn't mean anything. Still, the detective said they'd keep it as evidence, said it might show intent. But the feeling he left behind didn't disappear with him. It lingered. I kept catching myself glancing at shadows, jumping at the sound of the fridge kicking on. I'd come out of the bathroom and pause, listening, not for anything specific, just listening. And always, always, that damn hallway closet. It had been boarded up, painted over, and pushed behind a heavy cabinet. There was no way in anymore, but still, I felt its presence. Like if I walked past too slowly, I'd hear breathing. Or worse, I'd feel someone holding theirs, waiting for me to pass. I told Ryan all of this over lunch. "You've got trauma," he said, tapping the side of his head. "What he did living in there, watching you, it sticks." "I get that," I said, "but it's more than just nerves. It's like he didn't leave, like there's a version of him still in the house." "You mean like a ghost," Ryan said, half laughing. I gave him a look. "I'm serious," I said. He didn't laugh after that. The following day, a letter arrived. No return address, just my name, typed on the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, typewritten, neat. "I'm sorry I used the closet. I didn't know you'd find it so soon." No name. I sat at the kitchen table holding that paper with both hands, trying to understand what I was reading. I hadn't told anyone where I moved the cabinet. No one knew I covered the panel. And the police still had Craig in custody. I called Detective Harland immediately. "Has he been released?" "No," he said. "He's still being evaluated." "Evaluated?" "Psych hold. He's not cooperating, barely talking. We're waiting on the psych team's report." "Why?" I read the letter out loud. Harland went quiet. "We'll send someone to pick it up," he said. That night, I barely made it through a shower without yanking the curtain back every 30 seconds. The light flickered once in the hallway, and I damn near tore the breaker box open, convinced someone was in the basement. But again, nothing. 3 nights later, I heard my name. Whispered. Not loud, not panicked, just whispered. I was lying in bed, the covers pulled up, barely asleep when I heard it. "Hey." Then again, a little louder. "Hey, man, wake up." I sat up straight. Silence. I grabbed my phone, checked the camera app. No alerts. I got out of bed, barefoot, and made my way to the hallway. The air felt colder than usual, like a window had been left open. I checked. All shut, all locked. Then from the kitchen a click, like the sound of a light switch being flipped, only no light came on. I moved toward it, slow. The switch by the pantry was already up. I flicked it down, up, nothing. I backed away, heart pounding, feeling the weight of the house press in. That's when I noticed the front door. It was unlocked. Not wide open, just unlocked. I always locked it, always. I turned it slowly, locked it again, and stood there for a long minute trying to breathe. In the morning, I installed a second lock on the front door. Then I bought a motion-activated camera for inside the hallway, pointed directly at the closet. Even if I didn't believe in ghosts, I needed to see that nothing was coming in or out. I turned to old habits, coffee at all hours, late-night TV on mute, lights always on. The camera gave me some comfort at first. Then, on a Wednesday morning, I found a new notification. Motion detected, hallway cam, 3:43 a.m. I sat down, opened the app, and played it. The timestamp appeared, then the hallway empty, silent, bathed in that dim yellow light from the fixture overhead. At 3:43 and 21 seconds, something shifted. The cabinet. Just a tremble, a soft shudder. It moved forward less than an inch like someone had pushed from behind. Then it stopped. That was it. No one entered frame. Nothing came out. But the cabinet had moved. I checked it myself an hour later, measured the gap between it and the wall, took photos, compared it to the night before. It had definitely moved. That afternoon, I visited Craig. Not by choice. Detective Harland called, said Craig, had asked to speak with me. "He's lucid today," he said. "Might help you close this out." Close it out. I hated that phrase, like it was something you could pack into a box, tape up, and move on from. I met Harland at the facility, a beige building with security glass and a smell that clung to your clothes. Craig sat across the table from me, wearing scrubs, no restraints. His hands were folded neatly on the table. He looked calm, healthier even. "Hey," he said, "like we just run into each other at the grocery store. Thanks for coming." I didn't reply. He looked down at the table. "I know you probably hate me." Silence. He sighed. "I just didn't want to be alone. That's all. You were always kind, back in school, even when I was weird." "You broke into my home," I said. "I didn't take anything," he said quickly. "I just wanted to be there. You ever feel like you don't exist unless someone's watching you?" He said it like it made perfect sense. "I knew your routine," he continued. "I never meant to scare you." I leaned forward. "Did you send the letter?" He tilted his head. "What letter?" "The one that said you were sorry, about the closet." His eyes shifted, just for a second. "I've been in here," he said. "Haven't left." I stared at him. He smiled. Small, closed lip. That same expression from the hallway footage. "You sure I'm the only one you let in?" I left without another word. And that night, the hallway camera caught something new. A light flickering under the closet. Just for a second. A dim glow, then gone. Like a candle had been lit, then snuffed out. I didn't tell anyone about the candlelight. Not Ryan, not the cops, definitely not the detective who sat across from me while I tried to explain that something was still inside my house, something besides Craig. Because if it wasn't Craig and I was starting to believe it wasn't, then who the hell was it? Or worse, what? The next few nights were quiet in the literal sense. No motion alerts, no new sounds, no creaks or whispers or shuffling cabinet. But that was the problem. It was too quiet. I couldn't sleep in my room anymore. The hallway outside felt like it was holding its breath, like something waited just out of sight. I started camping out in the living room again, back on the couch where this whole thing began, the security feed always playing on a tablet next to me. The hallway camera stayed still, but I didn't trust stillness anymore. Stillness was waiting. Stillness was watching. I woke up around 4 a.m. on Friday, sweating. Not from a dream. I don't even think I was sleeping. My shirt was soaked. The kind of sweat that comes from dread, not heat. I sat up, rubbed my face, and glanced toward the kitchen. The hallway light was off. I never turned off the hallway light. I stood slowly, every hair on my arm standing up. My foot hit the floor too hard and made a dull thud that echoed more than it should have in a house that small. I looked down the hall. Darkness. I checked the camera feed on the tablet. Black screen. No signal. That was impossible. The camera was hardwired into the wall. I took a breath, held it, and walked toward the hall like someone stepping into water. Each step creaked. I reached for the light switch. Flipped it. Nothing. I backed up, slowly, one foot behind the other. And then something tapped from inside the wall. Once. Then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I ripped the cabinet away from the wall. It hadn't moved, still flush against the baseboard, still blocking what used to be the crawlspace entrance. The drywall patch I installed, still intact, but when I knocked on it gently, like someone approaching a wild animal, it sounded hollow again. Worse than before. I grabbed the claw end of the hammer and started chipping at the edges, pulling the drywall off in small pieces. And beneath it, the panel. Not the one I had installed. Not the one the police had sealed. The original. Like the wall had never been touched. I stumbled back, heart racing. This wasn't just paranoia. Something was undoing what I'd fixed. Something was maintaining the access. I called Ryan. He didn't pick up. I left a message that probably sounded half delirious, then drove to his place, pounding on the door until he opened it in a hoodie and jeans, blinking like he'd just woken up. "Jesus, man," he said, "you look like hell." "Come over," I said, "right now." He didn't ask questions, just grabbed his keys and followed me back. When we got inside, I showed him the wall. "How?" he whispered. "I don't know." "You sealed this. I watched you." "I know." He ran a hand through his hair, then stepped forward and knocked. 3 sharp taps. Something knocked back. Not loud, not fast. Just enough. He jumped. "Okay," he said, backing up. "You need to leave this house. Not until I know what's in there. You're not thinking clearly. This isn't just Craig. This is, I don't even know." We stood there, breathing heavy, staring at the wall like it might open on its own. Ryan turned toward me. "If you open that panel, you better be ready to find something you can't put back." That night, I didn't sleep. I sat across from the hallway, crowbar in hand. At 2:57 a.m., the hallway light flicked on by itself. No click, no hum, just on. 3 minutes later, the panel slid open. Slowly, smoothly. No one came out, but the air changed. It felt thicker, harder to breathe. I stood, camera in one hand, flashlight in the other. I stepped closer, shined the light inside. The crawl space looked deeper than it had before. Longer, wider, like it had grown. I stepped back. Then I heard it. A voice. Soft, childlike, whispering. "I don't like it in here." I froze. It wasn't Craig. It wasn't anyone I knew. It was a girl. I turned and ran to my phone, dialing Harlan directly. Voicemail. I didn't leave one. I called Ryan. Straight to voicemail. I stood in my living room, shaking, unsure if I was still awake. Then I heard the voice again. Closer. "Why did you stop looking?" The police arrived at 7:00 a.m. They found me in the hallway, sitting against the wall, the panel wide open beside me. I hadn't moved in hours. I told them everything. Again, the voices, the wall changing, the panel reappearing. They said it was stress, sleep deprivation. They told me Craig's evaluation had come back. He wasn't considered a threat. He was being released under supervision. I laughed when they said that. I asked them to look in the crawl space again. They did. And this time, they found something. A small red hair bow, tangled in the insulation. It didn't belong to me. It didn't belong to Craig. It was old, faded. And when they took it in, they ran it against a local missing persons database. They matched it to a girl named Lily Kearns, reported missing in 2002, 12 years old. Last seen at this address. Before I ever moved in, before Craig ever squatted in the walls, before I ever met him. And just like that, the story changed. This wasn't Craig's obsession. This was someone else's house. And I had walked into it, uninvited. The day they confirmed the bow belonged to Lily Kearns was the day the house finally made sense. Or maybe not sense, maybe just context. You don't live in a place like that and come out of it feeling sane. But at least now I knew I hadn't been imagining everything. The crawl space, the voice, the feeling of being watched from within my own walls. There was a history here, and I had stepped into it blindly. They reopened her case. Turns out Lily Kearns had gone missing from this very house over 20 years ago. She'd been in foster care placed with a couple who'd vanished shortly after she did. No one had connected the house back then, not after it was flipped and sold a few years later. No one remembered, or maybe no one wanted to. The bow was enough to shake things loose. They sent a cadaver dog into the crawl space the next week. And that's when they found her. Not just her remains, but the toys, the blanket, a name carved into the wood. Lily, etched by a child's hand into the back wall. They never found the foster parents. And as for Craig, he hadn't known about her. When they showed him the pictures, the carving, the bow, he broke down. They said he wept like a child, said he never saw her, never heard her, said he only chose that crawl space because it felt safe, familiar, like someone was protecting him. Harlan told me that part. I didn't respond. The house sat empty for 2 weeks. I stayed with Ryan, sleeping on his couch, drifting between exhaustion and something worse. Not quite paranoia, more like residual dread. Like even though the danger had passed, my body hadn't gotten the memo. The closet stayed boarded, the cabinet untouched, but I couldn't stop thinking about that voice, the one that whispered to me, "Why did you stop looking?" I hadn't told anyone about that, not even Ryan, because part of me knew it wasn't something I could explain. It wasn't just a memory or a hallucination or a leftover echo from trauma. It was real. She was real. A girl who had been trapped, forgotten, hidden so deeply that even when someone lived right above her, they didn't know she was there. And somehow, I think she forgave me. Or maybe she just wanted me to finish it. I went back to the house the following weekend, alone. Ryan offered to come with me, but I needed to face it without a buffer. I needed to look it in the eye and prove it didn't control me anymore. The locks had been changed. Again, standard procedure. There were still police markers on the doorframe, warning tape on the crawlspace wall, but no one was watching anymore. I walked the house in silence. Kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, all untouched. Then the hallway. The panel was still open. I sat down in front of it, legs crossed like I was waiting for a confession. There was nothing inside now. No drafts, no breathing. Just stillness. But it felt different. Less like waiting. More like resting. I pulled out a small box I'd brought with me. Inside was a new hair bow, not an exact replica, but close, red velvet. Neat little knot. I'd found it at a second-hand shop and knew it had to come here. I crawled inside, just far enough to reach the corner. And I left it there. No cameras, no photos. Just a gesture, an acknowledgement. You were here, you mattered. I backed out slowly and sealed the panel myself, with screws this time, then covered it with drywall, sanded it, painted over it. No more access, no more hiding places. 2 months later, I sold the house. Didn't make a profit, didn't care. The buyers were a retired couple, sweet people. They didn't ask many questions. The real estate agent kept it light, focused on the updated appliances and big backyard. No one mentioned Lily, and I didn't offer. Not because I wanted to hide it, but because it wasn't mine to share anymore. She was found. That part was over. I moved to a small apartment near the edge of town. Nothing special, just a clean, quiet space with no crawl spaces, no closets near the hallway, and no drafty walls. It took me a while to sleep without checking the cameras every hour. Took even longer to shower without leaving the bathroom door open. But time passed, and the tension eased. Craig was transferred to a long-term facility. He writes me letters sometimes once a month, always the same tone. Friendly, measured. He signs them "your friend," like nothing ever really went wrong. I never write back. I don't hate him, but I don't want him in my life. Some people are shadows, even when they're standing in the light. One morning, I got a call from Detective Harland. He was brief, as always. They finished the crawl space inspection, he said. Turns out it was a retrofit, part of an old bomb shelter built in the 60s. Must have been hidden for decades. Explains the size, I said. Explains how she went unnoticed, too, he added. Hell of a thing. We didn't talk much after that. I think he wanted to say more, but didn't know how. So I thanked him and hung up. It's been almost a year now. I still think about her. Not Craig, not the house. Her. Lily. Sometimes I wonder what she saw in those final moments, what she thought about, whether she believed anyone would come for her. And sometimes I think about that voice in the night. Why did you stop looking? And I say quietly, when no one else is around, I didn't. I found you. That's what matters in the end. Not how it started. not even how it ended, but that the silence was broken, that someone listened, that someone cared. She's not in the walls anymore. She's free, and so am I. I was not really planning to camp solo. It just kind of happened. Originally, a friend was supposed to come with me, someone I used to work with back in Raleigh, but she bailed last minute. Family emergency, or maybe a bad excuse, hard to tell with her. I had already booked the days off work and packed everything. I figured, screw it, I am going anyway. 2 nights on the Appalachian Trail near Standing Indian Mountain. Not a crazy trek or anything, just enough to clear my head. I left my car at a tiny trailhead lot around noon on a Friday, signed into the little logbook at the post, and headed out with a loaded pack and a dull sense of optimism. The first few hours were uneventful. The trail was beautiful. The trees were thick with early spring green, and the breeze made that soft rustling sound that always puts me in a better mood. I barely saw anyone after the first hour. One guy and his dog passed me going the other way. He was sweaty, looked tired, and just nodded as he passed. By late afternoon, I had picked a spot near a small ridge, maybe 50 yards off the trail. It was flat, had some natural cover, and just enough space for my tent. I made camp, boiled some ramen, and sat watching the sun go down through the trees. It got dark fast. There is something weird about how quickly the woods swallow light. I read for a while by headlamp, wrote a few lines in my notebook that were probably trying too hard to sound like something worth remembering, and then crashed a little after 10. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up needing to pee. The kind of wake-up where your bladder is basically yelling and there is no going back to sleep until you deal with it. I unzipped the tent and stepped out, shivering a little. It had gotten colder than I expected. As I was standing there, half asleep, I heard this sound. 2 short whistles, high-pitched, about a second apart, coming from the trees to my left. I froze. Not scared exactly, just alert. It could have been anything. A bird, maybe. An animal breathing weird. I stood still for a bit, waiting to hear it again. But it was silent. No wind, no leaves crunching, just the woods holding their breath. I finished peeing, got back in the tent, zipped up, and told myself not to be dramatic. It was nothing, just forest noise. Normal stuff. Still, it took a while to fall back asleep. The next morning I packed up and hiked about 6 miles deeper in. The trail cut through some denser forest before opening up near a stream. I set up near a bend in the water, tucked a little downhill from the main path. It felt even quieter than the day before. I only saw one other person all afternoon, a woman maybe in her 50s with trekking poles and mirrored sunglasses. She waved. I waved back. She kept moving. That second night, I was more relaxed. I made some instant mashed potatoes with tuna, which sounds awful but honestly hit the spot. I laid back, watching the sky darken through the tree canopy. There was that moment of total silence again right before full dark, where even the birds stop making noise. I am not used to real silence, the kind that makes you aware of your own heartbeat. I got in the tent a little before 11, slept pretty well at first. Then, at exactly 3 in the morning again, I woke up. Not from a dream, just suddenly wide awake. I do not know what made me do it, but I whistled. 2 short notes, like what I had heard the night before. A few seconds passed. Then 3 whistles came back. Closer this time. That sound did something to me, not panic, not even fear exactly, just a sense that I had done something wrong, like knocking on a door I did not actually want opened. I sat there in the tent, holding my breath, waiting for something else, but the night went still again. Eventually I fell asleep, heart racing. When I woke up in the morning, the first thing I noticed was that one of my socks was missing. I had taken them off before sleeping and left them just inside the tent flap. Now only one was there. I thought maybe I kicked it in my sleep, so I checked all around the tent, even outside. Nothing. Then I saw the rocks. Right outside my tent, maybe 5 feet from the door, someone had stacked 5 stones into a little tower. They were balanced perfectly, dry, no moss or dirt. And on top of the stack, my missing sock, folded, not just placed, folded like laundry. There were no footprints, no signs of animals. The ground was undisturbed except for that one little spot. I did not eat breakfast. I packed up in silence, kept glancing over my shoulder as I broke camp. The hairs on my neck would not go down. I told myself it had to be some kind of prank. Maybe other hikers messing with me, but it felt personal, like someone had been watching. I hiked all day with that weird pit in my stomach. Around 4 in the afternoon, I found a spot closer to the main trail, still off the path, but not as deep in. I wanted to be near enough to people that I could hear them, just in case. I almost didn't set up the tent. I considered just hiking out in the dark, but my legs were sore, and I did not want to risk getting hurt rushing downhill. I cooked, but barely touched the food. I sat up until after midnight, flashlight on, just staring into the woods, listening. The 3rd night, the whistles came again. I didn't whistle back. I just sat still in my sleeping bag, every muscle tense as I heard them move. Not footsteps, not exactly, but movement, breathing, the sound of something knowing exactly where I was. And then I saw them. Someone, 50 yards away, just beyond the tree line, not moving, just watching. I did not move for what felt like forever, just watching, trying to convince myself it was some hiker messing around, or maybe a ranger doing a late patrol, but there was no flashlight, no movement, no signal. Just a figure standing perfectly still among the trees 50 yards away. It did not wave, it did not call out, it did not even seem to breathe. I wanted to shout, to run, to hide, but my body refused. I was frozen, not out of fear, but because I did not trust myself to breathe or blink. The whistle had come again, soft and close now, like it was right behind me, though the figure had not moved. I barely remember crawling back into my tent. My hands shook as I zipped the door closed, triple-checking every seam. The forest seemed to hum with quiet life, but none of it was natural anymore. I stayed awake until the first light, listening for footsteps, whispers, anything that might mean I was not alone. But the forest remained silent, except for the birds waking up and the distant rush of the river. Morning brought a dull ache in my head and a gnawing anxiety I could not shake. I looked out the tent flap and scanned the clearing again. The figure was gone. No sign it had ever been there, except for the lingering sense of eyes still watching. I packed slowly, taking everything down with careful hands. I did not want to leave anything behind that could be used to lure me back or signal the presence of whoever or whatever had visited me. My socks were both there this time, folded neatly inside the tent like they had been untouched. Hiking back to the main trail felt strange. The woods seemed smaller, tighter, like the trees were leaning in to watch me pass. I tried to ignore the feeling but failed every time I looked over my shoulder. No one was there, but the weight of those watching eyes was real. By mid-afternoon, I reached a tiny clearing where the trail opened up to a small meadow. It was a spot I had read about in old hiking forums, a place where the wildflowers bloomed in bursts of color and the wind moved through the grasses like waves on the ocean. I set up camp near the edge of the meadow, close enough to hear the distant hum of a highway, but far enough that the noise was just a faint drone under the birdsong. I needed the reminder of civilization, even if it was miles away. The afternoon passed quietly. I wandered down to a small creek and drank the cold water, watching minnows dart between the rocks. The sun was warm on my back, and for a moment, I let myself believe I was just a hiker, out for a weekend escape. As dusk fell, I began to feel the old unease creeping back. The sky deepened to shades of violet and blue, and shadows stretched long between the trees. I ate a meager dinner, trying to focus on the sound of my own breathing instead of the silence around me. When I settled into my tent that night, I made a point of locking the zipper and stacking my backpack against the door for extra weight. I was not sure if that would help against whatever was out there, but it felt like something. At exactly 3 a.m, the whistles returned, this time 4 short calls spaced evenly apart. They echoed through the trees, bouncing from trunk to trunk. I closed my eyes and held my breath, hoping they would stop, hoping it was all in my head. The whistles did not stop. I stayed still, waiting for any other sound. Then, out of nowhere, the tent flap rustled. Not a breeze, not an animal, something brushing against the fabric. Something just outside, right by my head. I wanted to scream, but the words caught in my throat. I reached for my flashlight, fumbling with numb fingers, and flicked it on. The beam sliced through the darkness, catching only empty forest floor and a single small stone resting just outside the tent. I did not recognize the stone. It was smooth, dark, and oddly heavy. It felt like it had been polished. I did not throw it away or move it. Instead, I slid it inside my sleeping bag with me, hoping it was some kind of talisman or token of protection. I did not sleep after that. The whistle calls faded and returned intermittently, like a signal or a song. The night stretched on endlessly. By dawn, I was exhausted but relieved to see sunlight again. I packed quickly, eager to leave that place behind. As I broke camp, I found another stack of stones outside the tent. This time, there were 7. They were arranged in a circle with the small stone from last night at the center. I stared at the formation, a cold shiver running down my spine. I had no idea what it meant or who had made it, but I was certain I was no longer alone in those woods. The hike out was long and slow. Every rustle of leaves, every bird call set my nerves on edge. I kept looking for footprints or broken branches, but found none. No sign that anyone or anything had followed me. When I finally reached the trailhead parking lot, I collapsed into my car and locked the doors. The sound of the engine felt like a shield against the woods, but the feeling of being watched did not leave me. I drove home through empty country roads, the forest fading behind me like a bad dream, but the whistle calls, soft and distant, seemed to echo in my ears long after I was safe inside my apartment. I do not know what the whistles were, or who was sending them. I do not know what those stones mean or why my socks were folded and left outside my tent. But I do know one thing. If you are ever camping alone in the mountains, and you hear whistles in the trees at night, do not answer. I tried to put the whole thing behind me, the whistles, the stones, the figure standing in the trees. I told myself it was just some weird coincidence, maybe a prank by other hikers, or my imagination running wild after too many late nights working and too much caffeine. But something about those nights stuck in my head, nagging at the back of my mind, refusing to let go. A few days after I got home, I found myself scrolling through forums about the Appalachian Trail and strange things people had seen. Most were the usual stories about bears, bad weather, or losing their way. But then I found a few posts about whistles. Not the friendly kind you use to call a dog or get someone's attention, but eerie, long-distance whistles that seemed to come from nowhere and carried an odd message. Some said it was hikers warning each other about danger. Others thought it was something older, some kind of signal from the forest itself. One post stuck with me. It was from someone who had gone missing near Standing Indian Mountain about 5 years ago. The last message they left was about strange whistles at night and a pile of stones found outside their tent. The post was deleted, but people said the user disappeared without a trace. I shook it off as much as I could, but the idea that I was not the first, and maybe not the last, made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. A few weeks later, I went back to the trail, not to camp, but to hike and clear my head. I wanted to see the places I had been without the fear that had settled over me like a shadow. Maybe if I faced it head on, it would lose its grip. This time, I went during the day and stuck to the main path. I passed the spots where I had camped before, noticing details I had missed. A broken branch here, a patch of moss there, and those smooth stones still stacked in quiet places. I met a few hikers, and we shared stories over short breaks. None mentioned whistles or strange sightings, but I could tell some were wary of the deeper woods. One man, older with a thick beard and a worn hat, told me about an old legend, about something that lived in the trees, using whistles to call travelers deeper into the forest. "It is not something you want to answer," he said, looking me in the eye. "Not unless you want to get lost for good." I nodded, not sure if he was joking or serious. That night, I stayed in a small cabin near the trailhead. It had electricity and a heater, but I still felt the weight of the forest pressing in around me. I could almost hear the whispers of leaves and the soft whistles carried on the wind. Sleep was restless. I dreamed of shadows moving between the trees, eyes watching, and the soft folding of socks on the ground. The next morning, I found a small stone on my windowsill, smooth and dark like the one from the woods. I did not know how it got there. No one else had been in the cabin. I stuffed the stone in my pocket and left quickly, deciding I needed distance. But the feeling followed me. Whistles in the background of my thoughts, the cold weight of stones in my pocket, the sense of eyes always watching. Back home, I started carrying the stone with me everywhere. It felt like a connection to those nights, and maybe a reminder to stay alert. A few days later, my phone rang late at night. An unknown number. I hesitated, then answered. The line was silent, except for a faint whistle. 2 short notes, almost a call. I wanted to hang up, but held the phone to my ear. Then a voice, barely above a whisper. "You answered." I dropped the phone. The call ended. That was the last straw. I knew I could not keep ignoring whatever was out there. I had to understand it, find out who or what was sending those whistles, why they chose me, or if they even did. I started researching everything I could find about Appalachian legends, old tribal stories, and the history of Standing Indian Mountain. There were tales of spirits that guarded the forest, using sound to communicate. Whistles were often mentioned as a way to warn or lure, depending on the spirit's intent. Some stories spoke of travelers who heard the call and followed it, never to return. Others talked about those who ignored the sounds and made it through, but always changed somehow. I found references to piles of stones left as markers or messages, but none that matched the precise arrangement I had seen. The more I learned, the more I realized how little I really understood. One night, sitting in my apartment, the stone heavy in my hand, I thought I heard a whistle outside, soft and distant, but clear enough to stop my breath. I looked out the window, nothing but the dark city street and the quiet hum of streetlights. I tried to convince myself it was the wind or a car passing far away. But deep down, I knew it was not. The whistles were still calling, and I was still listening. After that night, I decided I could not just sit around waiting for the whistles to come back. I had to do something. I started carrying the stone everywhere, like a reminder or maybe a shield against whatever was out there. It felt heavy, almost comforting, but also a little like a chain. I was tethered to those woods, whether I liked it or not. I reached out to some local hiking groups online, hoping to find someone else who had heard the whistles or seen strange things on that part of the Appalachian Trail. Most people thought I was joking or just looking for attention. A few offered vague stories about unexplained noises or people disappearing, but no one had any real answers. It was like the forest kept its secrets tight. One message stuck with me. A woman said she had camped near Standing Indian Mountain years ago and heard the same whistle calls at night. She told me she never answered, but the next morning she found a pile of stones outside her tent, just like mine. She said it felt like a warning. I asked if she ever saw anyone or anything. She said no, but that she felt watched for weeks after. She stopped hiking after that. That hit me hard. Maybe the whistles were not some prank or random sounds. Maybe they were a message or a trap. I decided I needed to go back, but this time with a plan. I wanted to record the whistles, see if they had a pattern, try to communicate or at least understand. I packed light but brought a recorder, extra batteries, and a good flashlight. I told a friend where I was going and when to expect me back. It felt like I was gearing up for a mission, not a casual hike. The trail was quieter than before, maybe because it was midweek or because fewer people were out this time of year. I set up camp at the same spots as before, though I was careful to pick a place with better visibility and less cover. The first night was uneventful, except for the usual sounds of the forest. Crickets, owls, the rustling of leaves, no whistles. I wondered if I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe it was just stress or too many horror stories. The second night, just before 3 a.m, I heard it. 2 short whistles. I fumbled for my recorder, turning it on with shaking hands. I stayed still and waited. 3 whistles came back, closer, clearer. The sound was unlike anything I had heard before. It was almost melodic, but with a sharp edge that set my teeth on edge. I tried to whistle back. 2 notes again, soft and slow. The forest was silent for a moment. Then, footsteps, slow and deliberate, not running or rushing, but steady. I held my breath, listening as the sound came closer, stopped, and then moved away. The recorder was still running. The rest of the night passed without incident, but I felt different, like the forest had acknowledged me, like I was part of some game I did not understand. In the morning, I found another stack of stones outside my tent, this time 10, arranged in a line leading away from the clearing, deeper into the woods. I followed the stones for a while, curious and cautious. They led me to a small clearing I had not noticed before, filled with old trees twisted into strange shapes. Moss covered the ground in thick blankets, and the air smelled damp and ancient. In the center of the clearing was a large stone, flat on top like an altar. On it lay a bundle of dried leaves and a small carved wooden whistle. I picked up the whistle, feeling the rough edges beneath my fingers. It was light but well made, with symbols etched into the surface. I put it to my lips and blew gently. The sound was hollow and eerie, echoing through the clearing. The forest seemed to hold its breath. I tucked the whistle into my pocket and made my way back to camp, heart pounding. That night, I did not hear the whistles. Instead, I dreamed. Dreams filled with dark woods and endless shadows, voices whispering in languages I could not understand, a presence watching me, waiting. I woke up soaked in sweat, clutching the wooden whistle in my hand. I knew I could not keep running from whatever this was. I needed answers. The next day, I headed back to town to find someone who could help me understand the symbols on the whistle. I found an older man who ran a small local museum focused on Appalachian history and folklore. His name was Harold. Harold looked at the whistle with interest, running his fingers over the carvings. "This is old," he said slowly. "Very old. These symbols are from a native tribe that used to live in these mountains long before settlers came." He explained that whistles like this were used in rituals to communicate with spirits of the forest. Some were meant to call for protection, others to warn of danger. "But be careful," he warned. "Not all spirits are friendly. Some are tricksters, and others, well, they do not like being disturbed." I felt a chill but nodded. I had already learned that much the hard way. Harold suggested I visit a local elder who might know more about the old ways and the legends tied to the mountain. I agreed, grateful for any lead. That evening, as I prepared to leave, the whistles returned. 2 short notes, clear and insistent. I answered with the wooden whistle, careful to match the rhythm. The night seemed to listen. The following morning, I set out to find the elder Harold had mentioned. His directions led me to a small cabin tucked deep in the woods just outside a nearby town. The path was narrow and winding, lined with thick undergrowth and towering oaks, whose branches interlocked overhead like fingers guarding secrets. When I arrived, an elderly woman opened the door before I could even knock. She had bright eyes, sharp and alert despite her age, and a face weathered by years of sun and wind. She looked me over quietly, then invited me inside without a word. The cabin smelled of burning wood and herbs. Shelves lined with jars of dried plants, old books, and handmade trinkets filled every corner. The woman sat by a table covered in papers and small carvings. "I hear you have questions," she said softly. I nodded, holding out the wooden whistle. "Harold sent me. I found this in the woods, and I have been hearing whistles at night ever since. I do not understand what is happening." She took the whistle gently, turning it over in her hands. "This belongs to the old ones," she said. "The spirits of the forest who watch and protect these mountains. They speak in whistles and leave signs for those who listen." She told me stories that stretched back centuries, about the relationship between humans and the forest spirits, about respect and caution, how the old ones would guide travelers away from danger or warn them when something was wrong. "But," she said with a serious look, "sometimes the forest grows restless. When people come who do not understand or respect, the old ones send warnings. Whistles to keep you away, stones to mark your place. They watch and wait. I listened, feeling a mix of awe and fear. It all made sense in a way that words rarely do. The whistles were not random, they were a language, and I had broken some unspoken rule by answering. She handed me a small bundle of dried sage and a feather. "Burn this when you camp," she said. "It will calm the spirits, show them you mean no harm, but do not expect it to keep you safe if you do not respect the woods." I thanked her and left, feeling the weight of her words pressing on me like the thick forest canopy. That night, back at my camp, I lit the sage and let the smoke curl through the air. The whistles came again, as they always did. This time, I did not respond. I sat quietly, watching the tree line, waiting for something. The night stretched on with only the occasional soft whistle echoing around me. I felt less alone, but not less watched. The next morning, I packed up, deciding it was time to leave the forest behind. I had learned enough, and I wanted to keep whatever peace I had found. But as I walked the trail back to my car, I found one last pile of stones, not carefully stacked this time, but scattered like a warning. Among them was a single folded sock, my sock. I stopped, heart pounding, and looked around. The forest was silent except for the wind moving through the leaves. No sign of the figure or any footsteps. I picked up the sock and tucked it into my pack. I was done answering whistles, done following stones, done trying to understand. The drive home was quiet. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see someone watching me from the tree line. When I got back to my apartment, I threw my gear in the closet and tried to sleep. But the whistles never left. They haunted my dreams, echoed in empty rooms, whispered just beyond my hearing. I realized then that some things do not stay in the forest. They come with you. They wait. Sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, I still hear those whistles. 2 short notes, like a call I cannot ignore. And I wonder if I ever really left the woods behind. The days after I returned home were a strange mix of relief and unease. The forest was gone, but the memory of those whistles and stones clung to me like a shadow. I kept the wooden whistle on my desk, next to my phone and keys, as a reminder of what I had experienced, and maybe a warning of what I still could not escape. At work, I tried to focus, but my mind kept drifting back to the woods. My coworkers noticed. I was quieter than usual, distracted, and sometimes jumped at the smallest noises. I told myself I was just tired, maybe burnt out, but deep down I knew something had changed. One evening, a few weeks after my last trip, I was walking home from the grocery store. It was late, and the street lights cast long shadows on the sidewalks. I felt like someone was following me, but whenever I turned, no one was there. As I reached my apartment building, I heard it again, 2 short whistles, soft but clear, coming from the alley beside me. I froze. My heart raced, but I forced myself to move. I walked faster, my footsteps echoing on the pavement. The whistles came again, this time 3 quick calls. I did not look back. Inside my apartment, I locked the door and checked all the windows. Nothing, no sign of anyone or anything. I thought about calling the police, but who would believe me? Someone calling with whistles, telling stories about stones and socks left on the ground. It sounded crazy. That night, I barely slept. The whispers of the whistles played in my mind, echoing louder with each hour. In the following days, the whistles came more often. In the streets, outside my window, even over the phone. Sometimes they came with a shadow at the edge of my vision. I started carrying the wooden whistle everywhere, blowing into it when I heard the calls, hoping to respond correctly or at least make peace. One afternoon, I received a letter in my mailbox. No return address, no signature, just a single line written in shaky handwriting. Respect the forest, and it will respect you. I thought about everything the elder had said, the old ones, the spirits watching and guarding, how the forest wanted respect, not fear or defiance. I decided I had to do something, not just for myself, but for anyone who might follow that trail, who might hear those whistles and not know what to do. I reached out to local hiking clubs and wilderness groups. I shared my story and the warnings I had learned. Some people listened, others dismissed me. But a few thanked me, saying they had heard similar things or had felt something strange in those woods. I started volunteering with a trail maintenance group, helping keep the paths clear and safe. It felt good to be part of something, to give back to the forest in a small way. One day, I returned to the spot where I had found the wooden whistle. I placed it carefully on a flat stone near the clearing, wrapped in a cloth with some sage from the elder. I said a quiet thank you to the forest and the old ones, hoping it was enough. As I walked away, I heard the softest whistle, just one note this time, like a farewell. I smiled, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders. Life returned to something close to normal. The whispers of the forest faded to a distant memory. The piles of stones stopped appearing. The folded socks never came back. I still carry a little fear and respect for the woods and their secrets, but I have learned that sometimes listening is the most important thing. If you ever find yourself camping alone in the mountains and you hear those whistles in the trees at night, remember this: do not answer them. Respect the silence, respect the forest. Because some calls are not invitations, they are warnings. And sometimes the forest is watching. We had only been in the new house for a few weeks when the drawing showed up. It was a quiet cul-de-sac in Birmingham, the kind of place where neighbors wave from their driveways and kids ride bikes until the streetlights flicker on. Our daughter Ellie had already made a few friends, and one of them was a boy named Callum. He lived 2 doors down and had a habit of sketching houses in the neighborhood. It was his thing. Every few days he would hand someone a crayon drawing of their home, complete with stick figures and smiling suns. It was sweet, really, a little odd maybe, but harmless. One afternoon, Ellie came home with a folded piece of paper. "Callum drew our house," she said, holding it out with a grin. I unfolded it, expecting the usual childlike scrawl, and it was, mostly. The red brick facade, the white door, the 2 front windows. Even the garden gnome we had inherited from the previous owners was there, standing sentinel by the walkway. But then I noticed the attic window. It was small, tucked beneath the sloping roof, and in the drawing it was shaded dark. Inside a figure stood, not a stick figure like the rest, but a tall, thin shape with glowing eyes. 2 bright circles staring out from the blackness. I frowned. "Ellie, did Callum say anything about this?" She shrugged. "He said it's the man who sleeps up there. He watches you." A chill ran down my spine. Our attic window doesn't face the street. It's on the side of the house overlooking the backyard. From the front, it's not visible at all. For Callum to draw it, He'd have to know what it looked like. He'd have to have seen it from inside. That night, I mentioned it to my husband, Mark. Probably just his imagination, he said, trying to sound reassuring. Kids make stuff up all the time. Maybe, I replied, but the unease lingered. The next day, I decided to talk to Callum's mother, Sarah. We had exchanged pleasantries before, but this was the first time I approached her with concern. "Hi, Sarah," I began. "I wanted to ask you about Callum's drawings." She smiled warmly. "Oh yes, he's always been into art. Loves drawing houses." "I noticed he drew our attic window," I said carefully. "It's not visible from the street." Her smile faltered. "Well, he has a vivid imagination. Sometimes he adds things that aren't there." "Did he ever mention being inside our house?" She shook her head. "No, I don't think so. Why?" I hesitated. "He said there's a man who sleeps in our attic, that he watches us." Sarah's expression turned serious. "I'm sorry. That does sound unsettling. I'll talk to him." I thanked her and left, feeling no more at ease than before. That evening I decided to check the attic. The entrance was a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling. I climbed up, flashlight in hand, and pushed open the hatch. The attic was empty, just as we had left it. A few boxes, some old furniture, and a layer of dust covering everything. No signs of anyone living there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Over the next few days I tried to put it out of my mind, but then strange things started happening. I would find the attic hatch slightly ajar, even though I was sure I had closed it. Items in the house seemed to move on their own. A book left on the coffee table would be on the floor the next morning. The kitchen light would be on when I was certain I had turned it off. One night I woke up to the sound of footsteps above us. Mark was asleep beside me, and Ellie was in her room. I held my breath, listening. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, moving across the attic floor. I nudged Mark awake. "Do you hear that?" He listened, then shook his head, probably the house settling. "No," I insisted, "it's footsteps." He sighed and got out of bed. "I'll check." I followed him to the hallway. He pulled down the ladder and climbed up, flashlight in hand. "Nothing up here," he called down after a few minutes. "Just the usual stuff." I still felt uneasy. The next morning, I found another drawing on our doorstep. It was of our house again, but this time, the figure in the attic window was larger, more detailed. The glowing eyes were more pronounced, and the figure's hand was pressed against the glass. I showed it to Mark. "This is getting creepy," he admitted. "Maybe we should install some cameras." We set up a security system, placing cameras around the house and one in the attic. That night, we monitored the feeds from our phones. Around 2 a.m, the attic camera picked up movement. A shadow passed across the screen, then disappeared. Mark grabbed a baseball bat and headed for the attic. I followed, heart pounding. He climbed up and shone the flashlight around. "Nothing," he said, but the camera picked up something. We reviewed the footage again. The shadow was there, unmistakable. We called the police. An officer arrived and inspected the attic. He found no signs of forced entry, no evidence of anyone living there. "Could be a glitch in the camera," he suggested. But we knew what we saw. The next day, I spoke to Sarah again. "Has Callum said anything else about the man in our attic?" She looked uncomfortable. "He mentioned that the man is sad, that he watches because he's lonely." I felt a shiver run through me. "Does he say where he comes from?" She hesitated. "Callum says he was here before your family moved in." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the figure in the attic, the glowing eyes, the sense of being watched. I decided to go up there one more time. I climbed the ladder, flashlight in hand, and looked around. In the corner, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A small, childlike drawing on the wall. It was of our house, with the attic window shaded dark, and inside the figure with glowing eyes. Beneath it, in a child's handwriting, were the words, "He watches because he's lonely." I stared at it, heart pounding. Who had drawn this? When? I climbed down and closed the hatch, making sure it was secure. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. The morning after discovering the drawing in the attic, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled in my chest. The figure with glowing eyes, the child's handwriting, "He watches because he's lonely." It all felt too deliberate, too personal. I decided to take a day off work to clear my head and perhaps find some rational explanation. I spent the morning researching the history of our house. The local library had archives of property records and old newspapers. I hoped to find anything that could shed light on the strange occurrences. The librarian, a kind elderly woman named Margaret, helped me navigate the dusty files. After hours of sifting through documents, I found a newspaper article from decades ago. It detailed a tragic incident. A man named Thomas lived in our house and was found dead in the attic. The article mentioned that he was a recluse, rarely seen by neighbors, and had no known family. The cause of death was listed as natural causes, but the circumstances were odd. He had been dead for weeks before anyone noticed. I felt a chill run down my spine. Could this be the man Callum referred to? The one who sleeps up there and watches us? I photocopied the article and took it home. That evening, I showed the article to Mark. He read it silently, his brow furrowed. "This is unsettling," he admitted, "but it was a long time ago. Maybe it's just a coincidence." "Maybe," I replied, though I wasn't convinced. We decided to talk to Callum again. Perhaps he knew more than he let on. The next day, we invited him over for some lemonade and biscuits. He arrived, cheerful as ever, clutching his sketch pad. "Callum," I began gently, "can you tell us more about the man in the attic?" He looked up, his expression serious. "He's always there. He watches because he's lonely." "How do you know he's there?" Mark asked. Callum shrugged. "He told me." Mark and I exchanged glances. "He spoke to you?" Callum nodded. "In my dreams. He says he used to live here and misses it." I felt a lump form in my throat. Did he say his name? Callum thought for a moment. "Thomas." That was the name from the article. I felt the blood drain from my face. "Thank you, Callum," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "That's very helpful." After Callum left, Mark and I sat in silence. "This is getting too strange," he said finally. "Maybe we should have the house blessed or something." I nodded. "It's worth a try." We contacted a local priest, Father Andrew. who agreed to come by the next day. He arrived with a calm demeanor and listened patiently as we recounted the events. "I've dealt with similar situations," he said. "Sometimes spirits linger due to unresolved matters. A blessing might help." He walked through the house, sprinkling holy water and reciting prayers. When he reached the attic, he paused. "This place feels heavy," he murmured, "as if someone is still holding on." He performed a more thorough blessing in the attic, then turned to us. "I suggest you speak to him," he said. "Let him know it's time to move on." That night, I stood in the attic, heart pounding. "Thomas," I said aloud, "I know you used to live here, but it's time to rest. You don't have to watch over us anymore." The air felt still, almost expectant. I waited, but nothing happened. Over the next few days, the strange occurrences ceased. The attic hatch remained closed, and there were no more drawings. I began to relax, thinking perhaps the blessing had worked. Then, one morning, I found a new drawing on our doorstep. It was our house again, but this time the figure in the attic was smiling. The glowing eyes were softer, and beneath the drawing were the words, "Thank you." I showed it to Mark, who smiled. "Maybe he just needed to be acknowledged," he said. I nodded, feeling a sense of peace. From that day on, there were no more disturbances. The house felt lighter, more welcoming. Callum continued to draw, but his sketches were now of gardens and sunny days. Life returned to normal, and I often thought of Thomas, hoping he had found the rest he deserved. After the blessing, things seemed to settle. The house felt lighter, and the oppressive atmosphere that had lingered since we moved in began to dissipate. Mark and I started to relax, believing that perhaps the spirit of Thomas had finally found peace. Ellie returned to her cheerful self, and even Callum's drawings took on a more vibrant tone, depicting sunny days and playful scenes. But peace, as we soon discovered, was fleeting. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, Ellie approached me with a concerned expression. "Mom," she said, "Callum gave me another drawing today." I dried my hands and took the paper from her. It was our house again, but this time the figure in the attic window was different. The glowing eyes were gone, replaced by a dark, featureless silhouette. Beneath the drawing, in Callum's neat handwriting, were the words, "He's not alone." A chill ran down my spine. "Did Callum say anything else?" I asked. Ellie nodded. "He said the man has a friend now, someone who doesn't like us." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying Callum's words in my mind. Who was this new presence? And why did it feel so menacing? The next morning, I decided to speak with Sarah again. She greeted me warmly, but her smile faded when I mentioned the new drawing. "Callum's been having nightmares," she admitted. "He talks in his sleep, says things about shadows and whispers. I've been meaning to talk to you about it." I shared my concerns, and we agreed to keep a closer eye on the children. Days passed, and the atmosphere in our home grew tense once more. Strange occurrences resumed. Objects moved on their own, cold spots appeared in rooms, and the unsettling feeling of being watched returned. One afternoon, while cleaning the attic, I discovered something peculiar. Hidden beneath a loose floorboard was an old dusty journal. Its pages were yellowed with age, and the handwriting was elegant and precise. As I flipped through the pages, I realized it belonged to Thomas. He wrote about his loneliness, his longing for companionship, and his belief that the house was alive, watching him. But towards the end, the entries took a darker turn. He mentioned a presence, a shadow that whispered to him, urging him to do unspeakable things. I felt a knot form in my stomach. That evening I shared the journal with Mark. He read it silently, his brow furrowed. "This shadow," he said, "it might be what's causing all of this." We decided to consult Father Andrew again. He listened intently as we recounted the recent events and examined the journal. "This is troubling," he said. "It seems Thomas wasn't just haunted by loneliness, but by something malevolent, a dark entity that may still reside in your home." He suggested a more thorough cleansing of the house, one that would require preparation and spiritual fortitude. In the days leading up to the cleansing, the disturbances intensified. Ellie began sleepwalking, often found standing beneath the attic hatch, staring upward. Mark started experiencing vivid nightmares, waking up drenched in sweat and gasping for air. The night before the cleansing, I awoke to a faint whispering. I followed the sound to the attic, where I found the hatch slightly ajar. Summoning my courage, I climbed the ladder and peeked inside. The attic was dark, but in the corner I saw two figures. One was the familiar silhouette of Thomas, his form faint and translucent. The other was a darker, more solid shadow, its presence oppressive and cold. They turned to face me, and I felt a wave of fear wash over me. The dark figure stepped forward, and I quickly retreated, slamming the hatch shut. The next day, Father Andrew arrived with two fellow priests. They conducted a thorough cleansing, reciting prayers and sprinkling holy water in every room. The atmosphere grew tense, and at one point, a loud crash echoed from the attic. After the ritual, Father Andrew approached us. "The dark presence has been weakened," he said, "but it's not gone. It feeds on fear and negativity. You must remain vigilant and keep your home filled with light and love." We took his advice to heart. We filled our home with laughter, music, and warmth. We spent more time together as a family, creating positive memories to counteract the darkness. Over time, the disturbances lessened. Callum's drawings returned to their cheerful nature, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted. But every so often, I catch a glimpse of a shadow in the corner of my eye, or hear a faint whisper in the night. I know the darkness still lingers, waiting for a moment of weakness. And so, we remain vigilant, determined to protect our home and each other from the shadows that dwell within. The days following the second cleansing were quiet, almost unnaturally so. The house felt still, as if it were holding its breath. Mark and I tried to resume our normal routines, but a lingering unease clung to us. Ellie, however, seemed unaffected, her laughter echoing through the halls as she played with her toys. One afternoon, as I was tidying up the living room, I noticed a new drawing pinned to the refrigerator. It was another of Callum's creations, depicting our house once more. But this time the attic window was empty. No figures, no glowing eyes, just a blank pane of glass. Beneath the drawing, in Callum's neat handwriting, were the words, "He left." I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Perhaps the second cleansing had worked. Maybe Thomas had finally found peace. That evening I decided to bake a batch of cookies and invite Sarah and Callum over for tea. As we sat around the kitchen table, the children playing nearby, I brought up the drawing. "Callum said the man left," I mentioned, trying to sound casual. Sarah nodded. Yes, he told me the same, said the man found a new home. A new home? I asked, puzzled. She hesitated. He said the man moved into someone else's attic. I felt a chill run down my spine. Did he say whose? Sarah shook her head. No, just that it was someone nearby. The conversation shifted to lighter topics, but I couldn't shake the unease that settled over me. That night, as I lay in bed, I stared at the ceiling, wondering who the new occupant of the attic might be. The following morning, I received a call from our neighbor, Mrs. Thompson. She sounded distressed. "Have you noticed anything strange lately?" she asked. I hesitated. "What do you mean?" "Odd noises, things moving on their own. My attic light keeps flickering, and I swear I hear footsteps up there at night." A knot formed in my stomach. "Have you checked the attic?" "Yes, but there's nothing there. Just old boxes and dust." I considered telling her about Thomas, but decided against it. Instead, I suggested she have her house blessed, just in case. Over the next few days, more neighbors reported similar occurrences: flickering lights, unexplained noises, and a general sense of unease. It seemed the presence had indeed moved on, but not far. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, Ellie approached me with a concerned expression. "Mom, Callum gave me another drawing." I took the paper from her and unfolded it. It was our street, each house meticulously drawn. In the attic window of each house, a small, dark figure stood. Beneath the drawing were the words, "He visits everyone now." I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. The presence hadn't just moved, it was spreading. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat in the living room, the lights on, listening for any unusual sounds. Around midnight, I heard a faint creaking noise coming from the attic. I held my breath, straining to hear more. The creaking continued, slow and deliberate. I woke Mark, and together we climbed the ladder to the attic. The space was empty, just as before, but the air felt heavy, charged with an unseen energy. We decided to consult Father Andrew once more. He arrived the next day, concern etched on his face. "This is unusual," he admitted. "Spirits don't typically move from house to house like this." "Is there anything we can do?" I asked. He nodded. "We can perform a neighborhood cleansing, but it will require the participation of all the residents." We spent the next few days speaking with our neighbors, explaining the situation as delicately as possible. Some were skeptical, others frightened, but eventually everyone agreed to participate. On the appointed day, Father Andrew led the cleansing, moving from house to house, reciting prayers and sprinkling holy water. The atmosphere was tense, but hopeful. After the ritual, the neighborhood felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted. The strange occurrences ceased, and life slowly returned to normal. Weeks passed without incident. Ellie and Callum continued to play together, their laughter a comforting sound. The drawing stopped, and the attic remained quiet. One sunny afternoon, as I was tending to the garden, Callum approached me. "Mrs. Harper," he said, "I have something for you." He handed me a drawing, this one different from the others. It depicted our house bathed in sunlight, flowers blooming in the garden, and no figure in the attic window. Beneath the drawing were the words, "Peace." I smiled, tears welling in my eyes. "Thank you, Callum." As he ran off to play with Ellie, I looked up at the attic window. For the first time in weeks, I felt truly at ease. But deep down, I knew that peace could be fragile, and sometimes the past has a way of returning when you least expect it. The days following the neighborhood cleansing were filled with a cautious optimism. The air felt lighter, and the oppressive atmosphere that had once clung to our homes seemed to have dissipated. Children played outside without fear, and neighbors greeted each other with genuine smiles. It was as if a collective weight had been lifted from our shoulders. However, beneath the surface, a lingering unease remained. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching, waiting. The silence felt too complete, too artificial. It was the kind of quiet that precedes a storm. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, Ellie approached me with a drawing in her hand. Her expression was unreadable, a mix of curiosity and apprehension. "Mom," she said softly, "Callum gave me this today." I took the paper from her and unfolded it. It was our house again, meticulously drawn with crayon, but this time the attic window was different. Instead of a figure, there was a swirling mass of darkness, as if the crayon had been pressed harder, the strokes more frantic. Beneath the drawing were the words, "He's changing." A chill ran down my spine. I looked at Ellie, who was watching me intently. "Did Callum say anything else?" I asked. She nodded. "He said the man isn't the same anymore. He's angrier." That night, I found it difficult to sleep. The house was silent, but every creak and groan felt amplified. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with thoughts of the drawing and Callum's ominous words. Around midnight, I heard a faint scratching sound coming from the attic. I held my breath, straining to listen. The scratching continued, rhythmic and deliberate. I nudged Mark awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He listened for a moment before nodding. "It's probably just a mouse or something." But I wasn't convinced. The sound was too deliberate, too intentional. The next morning I decided to investigate. I climbed the ladder to the attic, flashlight in hand. The space was as we had left it, dusty boxes, old furniture, and cobwebs. But in the corner, near the window, I noticed something new. There were deep scratch marks on the wooden floor, as if someone or something had been clawing at it. The marks were fresh, the wood splintered and raw. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding. I needed answers. I reached out to Father Andrew once more. He arrived later that day, his expression grave as I showed him the drawing and the scratch marks. "This is concerning," he said. "It seems the presence hasn't left. If anything, it's growing stronger." He suggested another cleansing, this time focusing solely on our house. That evening, he performed the ritual, reciting prayers and sprinkling holy water in every room. The atmosphere felt tense, the air thick with anticipation. As he concluded the ceremony, a loud bang echoed from the attic. We rushed upstairs, but the space was empty. The scratch marks, however, had multiplied, covering the floor in chaotic patterns. Father Andrew looked at me, his eyes filled with concern. "This entity is feeding on fear. We need to remain strong." In the days that followed, the disturbances escalated. Lights flickered, objects moved on their own, and the oppressive feeling returned with a vengeance. Ellie began having nightmares, waking up screaming about the man in the attic. One night, I awoke to find her standing at the foot of our bed, her eyes wide with terror. "He's here," she whispered. "He's in the house." I jumped out of bed and checked every room, but there was no sign of an intruder. Still, the feeling of being watched was undeniable. Desperate for a solution, I began researching the history of our home. I discovered that before Thomas, the house had been owned by a man named Harold, who had mysteriously disappeared. Neighbors at the time spoke of strange occurrences and a sense of dread that permeated the property. It seemed our home had a long history of darkness. Determined to protect my family, I decided to confront the entity directly. That night, I climbed into the attic alone, flashlight in hand. "Whoever you are," I said aloud, "you are not welcome here. This is our home now, and we will not live in fear." The air grew colder, and a low growl echoed through the space. I stood my ground, repeating the words until the growling ceased. As I descended the ladder, I felt a sense of resolve. I would not let this entity control our lives. The following morning, Ellie handed me another drawing. This one depicted our family standing together, holding hands with the house in the background. The attic window was empty. Beneath the drawing were the words, "He knows you're not afraid." I smiled, tears welling in my eyes. Perhaps by facing our fear, we had weakened the entity's hold. But deep down, I knew the battle wasn't over. The darkness still lingered, waiting for an opportunity to return. We really have no idea what is going on, but I'll come back here and post if anything else happens. Please pray for us. I took the night shift at a gas station off the highway just outside Pittsburgh. It was not much, just a small building with flickering fluorescent lights and the smell of stale coffee always hanging in the air. The kind of place where the quiet was only broken by the occasional hum of a passing truck or the soft click of the door when someone wandered in, looking for a cup of coffee or a pack of cigarettes. It was supposed to be open 24 hours. That was the whole point of it, really. A place for the late-night drivers and the insomniacs and the people who did not want to go home just yet. The manager told me it was an easy job. Watch the register, restock the shelves if they got low, and keep the coffee hot. He said the cameras were old but good enough, and that nothing ever happened out there at night anyway. I believed him, at first. The first few nights were just like he said, quiet, empty. The only sounds were the hum of the refrigerator units and the occasional squeak of my own shoes on the tile. Sometimes I would see headlights flash across the window, a car slowing down and then rolling on past. I would stand there behind the counter, my hands wrapped around a cup of coffee, and I would tell myself it was just another night, just another job. But there was something about that place that never felt quite right. The way the air always smelled faintly of something metallic, like old blood or rust. The way the shadows seemed to pool a little deeper in the corners, even when the lights were bright and humming. I tried not to think about it too much. I told myself it was just the way old places felt at night, the quiet pressing in around you until it felt like it might swallow you whole. Then came the night that changed everything. It was just after midnight, the store empty except for me and the soft buzz of the lights overhead. I was standing behind the counter, counting the till for the third time out of boredom, when I heard it. A soft click, like the sound of the door locking itself. I looked up, and for a moment, I thought I had imagined it. But then I tried the handle, and it would not budge. The door had locked itself. I stood there for a moment, my hand on the cold metal, trying to make sense of it. The lock was old and stiff, but it had never done that before. I looked out the window, my breath fogging the glass, and that was when I saw him. He was standing by pump 4, tall and thin, skin so pale it almost glowed under the flickering lights. He was not wearing any clothes, just standing there in the cold night air, his arms hanging loose at his sides. For a moment, I thought he might be a trick of the light, a reflection in the glass. But he did not move. He just stood there, watching the door with empty eyes. I do not know how long I stood there, staring at him. My heart was pounding in my chest, my breath coming in small, sharp gasps. I wanted to look away, to pretend I had not seen him. But I could not. There was something about the way he stood there, so still and so quiet, that held me in place like a nail driven through my feet. I backed away from the door, my hands shaking, and I ducked into the back room. The small space smelled of old cardboard and cleaning supplies, the narrow shelves lined with paper towels and toilet cleaner. I pressed my back against the wall and closed my eyes, trying to slow my breathing, trying to tell myself it was just a man, just some drifter who had lost his way. But even as I told myself that, I could feel it was not true. There was something about him, something in the way he stood so still that made my skin crawl. I sat there in the dark, listening to the soft hum of the old fridge in the corner, and I waited. After what felt like hours, I crept back to the front of the store. The door was still locked, the pale figure still standing by the pumps. He had not moved an inch. It was like he was part of the night itself, some piece of the darkness that had stepped into the light just to see what it felt like. I went to the register and tried the phone, but the line was dead. No dial tone, just a soft, empty hum that filled the quiet of the store like a breath held too long. I wanted to scream, to pound on the door until the glass shattered, but I was too afraid that if I moved too quickly, he would move too, that he would come to the door and press his cold, pale face against the glass and show me what waited in the dark. So I hid. I went back to the storage room and sat on the cold concrete floor, my arms wrapped around my knees, and I waited for the night to end. I thought about the cameras, the way they watched every corner of the store, and I told myself that if he came closer, I would see it in the morning. I would know I had not imagined it. But when the sun finally rose and the door unlocked itself with a soft click that made my heart jump, I stepped out into the pale light of the morning and looked at the screens. There was nothing. No pale figure by the pumps, no shadow in the flickering light. Just the empty, quiet night, the same as it had always been. I do not know what I saw that night. I do not know if it was real, or if it was just some part of me that had slipped loose in the quiet of that cold, lonely place. But I know that when the night comes again, and the door locks itself at 1 a.m, I will be there, watching the pale figure by pump 4, and I will be listening for the soft, patient sound of something that should not be there at all. The next night I showed up for my shift with my hands already shaking. I told myself it was just the cold air biting at my fingers, but I knew it was more than that. It was the memory of the pale figure standing under the flickering light, the way he had not moved, not even a twitch, like he had been waiting there for me. I tried to tell myself it was just a trick of the shadows, a stranger who had wandered too far off the road, but the truth of it pressed against the back of my mind like a bruise that would not fade. The manager was there when I arrived, counting the register and humming a quiet tune that did nothing to calm the tight knot in my chest. He looked up and gave me a small smile, his hands moving with practiced ease as he checked the till and scribbled down notes on a clipboard. He asked me if everything had gone well the night before, and I almost told him the truth. Almost told him about the figure in the dark, the door that had locked itself, the dead phone line, and the soft, breathless silence that had wrapped around me like a shroud. But I did not. I told him it was fine, just another night. He nodded, satisfied, and left with a quiet, "Good night," that felt like a lie in the stale, flickering air of the store. When he was gone, I walked through the small building, checking the locks on the doors and the flicker of the cameras in their dusty corners. Everything looked normal. The shelves were full, the coffee pot burbling softly on the counter, the soft hum of the freezers filling the quiet with a gentle mechanical breath. But in every reflection, in the dark glass of the windows and the small mirrors behind the counter, I thought I saw a flicker of pale skin, the soft shape of someone standing just behind me. I told myself I was just tired, that the night had played tricks on my mind, but when the clock crept past midnight and the cold settled deep into my bones, I felt it again. That same hush in the air, that same quiet promise that the night was not done with me yet. I kept busy, wiping down the counters even though they were already clean, restocking the candy bars in neat, careful rows. I told myself if I kept moving, kept the lights bright and the coffee hot, he would stay away. But part of me knew it would not matter. The night does not care if you are ready or if you are brave. It comes anyway, soft and sure, and it brings the dark with it. At 1 a.m, I heard the soft click of the door locking itself again. My breath caught in my chest, my hands frozen in place on the row of small bright candy wrappers. I turned slowly, my heart pounding in my ears, and looked at the door. It was closed tight, the old metal lock glinting faintly in the harsh white light of the store. I did not go to it this time. I stood there, my back against the counter, and I waited. I watched the door, my breath coming in small, shallow gasps, and I listened. Outside, the night was quiet, the soft rustle of the wind the only sound. But in that hush, I thought I heard something else, the slow, patient scrape of bare feet on cold pavement. The quiet sigh of breath that was not mine. I forced myself to move, my legs shaking as I stepped out from behind the counter and walked to the window. I pressed my forehead to the cold glass, the chill of it sharp against my skin, and I looked out at the pumps. They stood silent in the glow of the flickering lights, the concrete slick with frost. And there he was. He was standing by pump 4 again, his pale skin almost luminous in the darkness, his head tilted slightly to the side like he was listening to something I could not hear. His arms hung loose at his sides, his hands empty and still, but I could feel the weight of them, the cold promise of them, even from where I stood. I backed away from the window, my breath fogging the glass in soft, ghostly shapes. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but the phone was still dead, the line nothing but a soft, empty hum that filled the quiet like a held breath. I thought about the cameras, the small screens that watched every inch of the store, and I turned to look at them. The flickering images showed nothing but the empty aisles, the quiet, humming chillers, the soft glow of the coffee pot in the corner. No sign of him, no proof of anything. I knew then that whatever he was, he did not belong to the light. He was part of the night, part of the quiet spaces that the cameras could not see, and he had come for me. Not to hurt me, I thought, though the fear was still there, cold and sharp in my chest, but to show me something, to remind me of something I had forgotten, something that lived in the dark and waited for the quiet to return. I went to the back room again, the soft smell of old cardboard and bleach, a small comfort in the hush of the store. I sat on the floor and wrapped my arms around my knees, my head resting against the cold, rough wall. I closed my eyes and listened to the soft sounds of the store around me, the low hum of the freezers, the quiet tick of the old clock on the wall. And beneath it all, the soft, patient sound of the night breathing just outside the door. When the sun rose, the lock clicked open by itself, the small sound like a whisper in the bright light of the morning. I stepped out of the back room, my legs stiff and cold, and I looked out the window. The lot was empty. The pumps stood silent in the early light, the frost melting slowly under the soft glow of the rising sun. I checked the cameras again, my fingers cold and numb on the buttons, but there was nothing. No pale figure by the pumps, no movement in the shadows. Just the quiet of the empty store, the slow, steady breath of the morning filling the spaces where the night had been. I do not know what he wants. I do not know if he is real or just a piece of the dark that has learned to wear a face. But I know that he will come again. And when he does, I will be here, waiting in the quiet, my breath steady in the dark. The next night, I showed up early, hoping the extra hour would give me a chance to find some kind of calm before the darkness settled in. I busied myself with cleaning and restocking, anything to keep my mind off the steady beat of my own heart and the memory of that pale figure waiting at the edge of the light. The manager had left a note for me, reminding me to check the coffee machine and make sure the shelves were neat. His handwriting was messy and rushed, a scrawl that felt like it belonged to someone who had never stayed past sunset in this place. The store was quiet as the sun dipped below the horizon, the soft glow of the lights painting everything in shades of yellow and gold. Outside, the cold air had turned the windows into mirrors, the reflection of the store bright against the deepening dark. I watched my own face in the glass, pale and tired, the small movements of my hands behind the counter the only sign of life in the stillness. For the first few hours, everything felt normal. A couple of drivers stopped in for coffee, their footsteps heavy on the old tile as they mumbled tired greetings. I tried to meet their eyes, to find something human in the lines of their faces, but they were already gone by the time I looked up from the register. It felt like they were just passing through, pieces of the night that had nothing to do with the quiet weight that pressed in around me. At 1 a.m, I heard the click of the door locking itself. The sound was soft, almost gentle, but it sent a shiver down my spine. I walked to the door and tried the handle, though I already knew what I would find. It was locked tight, the old metal cold under my fingers, the darkness outside thick and waiting. I could feel the breath of it on my skin, the way it pressed close to the glass like a promise. I did not look outside right away. I stood there for a long moment, my hand resting on the handle, the slow beat of my heart the only sound in the quiet. I told myself it was just a door, just a lock. But I could feel the weight of the night beyond the glass, the slow, patient presence of something that had come to see me again. When I finally turned my head to look, he was there, standing by pump 4, his skin pale and smooth in the flickering light. He was as still as ever, his arms hanging loose at his sides, his head tilted slightly as though he was listening to something only he could hear. The cold air wrapped around him like a shroud, the darkness at his back deep and endless. I pressed my forehead to the glass, the cold of it sharp and grounding, and I watched him. My breath fogged the window, a small human reminder that I was still there, still alive in the quiet hush of the night. He did not move, did not blink. He just watched, his eyes empty and endless, the soft glow of the lights painting his skin in pale gold. I wanted to speak to him. I wanted to ask why he came, what he was looking for in the quiet spaces of the night. But my voice was caught in my throat, my breath shallow and tight, and all I could do was watch as he stood there, patient and still. The cameras showed nothing. I flicked through the small screens, my fingers cold and stiff on the buttons, but there was only the empty store, the slow dance of the shadows in the soft light. It was like he did not exist in the world the cameras could see, like he was part of the dark itself, slipping between the edges of the light and the spaces where the night waited. I went to the back room again, the soft smell of cardboard and bleach a small comfort in the cold. I sat on the floor with my back against the wall, my knees pulled tight to my chest, and I listened to the soft hum of the store around me. I could hear the quiet of the night pressing in, the slow breath of the darkness just outside the thin glass of the door. I do not know how long I sat there, the cold of the floor seeping into my bones, the soft weight of the shadows pressing close. When I finally stood, the first light of the morning was already creeping across the floor, the soft blue of it washing the night away in slow, careful strokes. I went to the window and looked out at the pumps, the frost melting in the dawn light, the pale figure gone like he had never been there at all. I made coffee and sat at the counter, the warmth of the cup in my hands a small human comfort in the quiet of the morning. I watched the sun rise, the soft light turning the windows into mirrors again, and I thought about the night, about the way he watched me, the slow, patient silence of him. And I wondered if he was waiting for something, or if he was just a part of the night itself, a piece of the dark that had learned to wear a face. The door unlocked itself with a soft click, the sound of it a quiet reminder that the day had come. I stood and stretched, the stiffness of the night still in my bones, and I looked at the door. The lock was just metal and glass, but it felt like a promise, a quiet, patient promise that the night would come again, and that he would be there when it did. I do not know what he wants. I do not know if he is real, or just a shadow that has learned to whisper in the quiet of the night. But I know that when the darkness comes, I will be there, waiting in the hush of the store, my breath steady in the cold. And maybe, just maybe, one night I will find the courage to open the door and see what waits in the dark. I started keeping a small notebook behind the counter, just to have something to do with my hands in the slow hours. At first, I thought it would help calm me down, a way to make the hours pass more gently. But as I filled the pages with small, careful words, I realized I was trying to make sense of the thing that had come to haunt me. Each night, the pale figure at pump 4 became a little more real in my mind, a little closer in the darkness that pressed against the glass. I would write down every small thing I could remember, the way the door locked itself at exactly 1 in the morning, the soft click of the deadbolt like a question I could not answer, the way the air in the store seemed to grow colder, even though the heaters hummed along in the quiet, the way my breath would catch in my chest when I saw him standing there, so still and so pale, the shadows of the night wrapping around him like a cloak. Sometimes I would write about the way the darkness felt, heavy and thick, like water pressing in around me, my own reflection in the glass of the doors nothing but a ghost in the glow of the flickering lights. I would write about the way he stood, his head tilted as if he was listening, though there was never any sound but the low hum of the fridges and the slow, patient beat of my own heart. I tried to remember what it felt like before the nights began to feel like they had teeth, before I started to see the pale figure even in my dreams. I thought about the nights when I would stand behind the counter, half asleep, the quiet of the store nothing more than an empty space between the hours. I tried to remember the way the light felt before it became a shield, the way the dark felt before it began to breathe. But every time I closed my eyes, all I could see was him, standing there, patient and still, the night itself draped around his shoulders. I would wake up gasping, my sheets damp with sweat, my heart hammering in the quiet, and I would tell myself it was just a dream, just a shadow that had learned to wear a face. The next night, I came to work with a small flashlight in my pocket. It was a cheap thing, the plastic crack near the switch, but the small circle of light felt like a promise. I kept it in my hand as I went through the motions of the shift, the small weight of it a comfort against my palm. The store was quiet, the soft glow of the overhead lights painting everything in gentle gold. Outside, the cold pressed close to the glass, the night thick and silent. At 1 a.m, the door locked itself again. I heard the soft click of the deadbolt and felt my breath catch, my fingers tightening around the flashlight. I did not go to the window right away. I stood there in the hush of the store, my heart beating slow and heavy, and I waited. When I finally looked, he was there. Just like every night, standing by pump 4, his pale skin almost silver in the glow of the flickering lights. His arms hung loose at his sides, his head tilted slightly, like he was listening to something I could not hear. I pressed my forehead to the glass, the cold of it a sharp reminder that I was still here, still alive, and I watched him. He did not move, did not blink, but I thought I saw his chest rise and fall, a slow, patient breath that matched the quiet beat of my own heart. I reached up and switched on the flashlight, the small circle of light cutting through the darkness. I shone it at the window, the beam bright and sharp, but it did nothing. The pale figure did not flinch, did not shy away. He just watched, his empty eyes catching the light and turning it back on me, a quiet, endless question that I could not answer. I backed away from the window, the flashlight shaking in my hand, and I went to the back room. The small space felt safer somehow, the shelves of old cleaning supplies and the soft smell of dust, a small comfort in the quiet. I sat on the floor and closed my eyes, the cold concrete hard under my legs. I listened to the soft hum of the fridges and the slow, steady beat of my own heart, and I tried to believe that the night would end. But even in the quiet, I could feel him there, a shape in the darkness, a breath at the back of my neck, a whisper in the hush of the store. I opened my eyes and stared at the door, the faint outline of the scratches just visible in the light of the single bulb overhead. They were deeper than they had been the night before, the raw wood pale and splintered, a silent promise that the night was not done with me yet. I stayed there until the first light of dawn crept into the sky, the soft blue of it washing the darkness away inch by inch. When I finally stood up, my legs were stiff and cold, my breath coming in small, careful gasps. I went to the window and looked out at the pumps, the frost glinting in the early light, the lot empty and silent once more. I do not know what he wants from me. I do not know if he is real or just a piece of the night that has learned to find me in the quiet, but I know that he will come again. And when he does, I will be here, the small flashlight warm in my hand, the soft glow of the morning waiting just beyond the darkness. Because whatever he is, whatever he wants, I have learned that the only way to face him is to stand in the quiet and listen, to let the dark press close and not look away. And maybe, just maybe, to find in the hush of the night a piece of myself that is braver than the fear that waits in the shadows. I did not want to go back. Every part of me told me to call in sick or just never come back at all. But there was something in the quiet of that place, something in the way the night seemed to lean in close to listen, that pulled me back like a thread I could not cut. So when the sun dipped low again and the shadows grew long, I found myself standing at the edge of the old building, the cold of the night pressing close around me. I unlocked the door with shaking hands, the soft jingle of the keys a small human sound in the hush of the evening. The lights flickered on overhead, the hum of the bulbs a familiar comfort, but it felt thin, like a single candle held up against the weight of the dark. I walked through the store, my footsteps echoing in the empty aisles, and I tried to remind myself that I had survived every night so far, that I had seen him and still walked away. But the fear was there, soft and patient, wrapping around my ribs like a cold hand. I busied myself with small things, wiping down the counter even though it was already clean, checking the stock in the back room even though I knew nothing had changed. I kept moving, because standing still felt too much like listening, too much like waiting for the soft knock of something I could not see. At 1 a.m, the door locked itself again. The sound was soft and familiar, the small click of the deadbolt sliding into place. My breath caught in my chest, my hands curling into fists at my sides. I stood there for a long moment, my eyes on the door, and I told myself that tonight I would be brave, that tonight I would not hide in the back room or turn away from the glass. I walked to the window and looked out at the pumps. The lot was empty except for him, standing by pump 4 just like he always did. The pale glow of the flickering lights painted him in soft gold, his skin smooth and bright against the dark. He stood there so still, so quiet, and I could feel his eyes on me, even though there were no eyes to see. I pressed my hand to the glass, the cold of it sharp against my skin, and I watched him. My breath fogged the window in soft, slow clouds, and I let the quiet of the night settle around me like a shroud. He did not move, he never did, but I could feel the weight of him, the way the darkness seemed to lean in closer, the soft hush of the world holding its breath. I thought about the notebook I had been keeping, the careful scrawl of my own words in the dim light of the store. I thought about how small those words felt now, how thin and fragile against the cold press of the dark. But still, I held them close, because they were mine. My small way of saying I was here, that I had seen him, and I was not afraid to speak his name. I took out the flashlight from my pocket and flicked it on, the small circle of light bright in the dark. I shone it through the window, the beam steady and sure, and I watched the pale figure in the light. He did not flinch, did not blink. He just watched, the glow of the light catching the edges of him like a promise. I spoke then, my voice soft but sure in the quiet. "Why are you here?" The words felt heavy in my mouth, the weight of them settling in the hush of the store. There was no answer, just the soft breath of the night and the slow, patient beat of my own heart. I waited. I let the silence stretch out, the weight of it pressing down on me like the cold of the winter night. I thought I heard something then, a soft sigh or a breath that was not mine, a whisper that slipped through the crack in the door and wrapped around my bones. But when I pressed my ear to the glass, there was nothing, just the quiet and the slow, steady thump of my own pulse. I did not go to the back room. I stayed there by the window, the flashlight warm in my hand, and I watched him. I let the night pass around me, the slow crawl of the hours a quiet ache in my bones. I watched the way the light shifted as the night deepened, the flicker of the bulbs casting long shadows that danced like breath in the dark. When the first light of dawn came, the door unlocked itself with a soft click. I stood there for a long moment, my breath slow and steady, and I looked out at the lot. The pale figure was gone, the pumps empty, and still in the soft glow of the morning. I pressed my forehead to the glass, the cold of it sharp and clean, and I let out a breath I had not realized I had been holding. I made coffee and sat at the counter, the warm cup in my hands a small comfort in the hush of the store. I watched the sun rise, the slow wash of light turning the windows to gold, and I thought about the night, about the way he watched me, the way the darkness held him close, and I wondered if maybe he was not waiting for me to be afraid. Maybe he was waiting for me to understand. I do not know what he is. I do not know if he is real or if he is just the shape of the quiet that lives in the spaces between the light. But I know that when the night comes again, I will be here. I will stand at the window with the flashlight in my hand, and I will not look away. Because in the end, that is all any of us can do. Stand in the quiet, face the dark, and let the slow, patient beat of our own hearts remind us that we are still here, still alive, still watching the night. The next night, I arrived at the gas station with a feeling I could not quite name. It was not the same cold dread that had settled in my chest in the nights before. It was something closer to resolve, a quiet understanding that this would be the last time I let him come to me without an answer. I did not know what I would do if he appeared again, but I knew I would not hide. I would not let the quiet swallow me without a word. The store looked the same as always when I unlocked the door. The lights flickered on, washing the shelves in their pale glow. The hum of the refrigerators and the soft drip of the coffee machine filled the small space, a song I had heard so many nights before. But tonight, I did not move through the motions like I was trying to hold the dark at bay. I cleaned the counter because it needed it, restocked the shelves because the day had taken more than I expected. I moved with purpose, not fear, and in the small comfort of those simple tasks, I felt the weight of the night grow just a little lighter. At 1 a.m, the door locked itself again. The soft click was almost gentle, a quiet promise that the night had come and the darkness was ready to show its face. I turned and faced the door, my breath slow and steady, and I waited. I did not reach for the flashlight. I did not back away. I let the quiet settle around me like a second skin, and I stood there, ready to meet whatever waited on the other side. When I looked out the window, he was there, standing by pump 4, just like always. The flickering light painted him in soft gold, his pale skin almost shining in the cold dark. He was still, so perfectly still, but I could feel the weight of his gaze pressing through the glass. I pressed my hand to the cold window and let the chill of it ground me, the thin barrier between us no longer something to hide behind, but something to bridge. I whispered into the quiet, my voice soft but steady, "I see you." For the first time he moved, just a tilt of his head, a small shift of his shoulders, but it was enough. My breath caught in my chest, but I did not look away. I let him see me, all of me, the fear and the resolve, the small spark of something like defiance that had been growing in my chest since the first night he came. The air in the store felt heavy, thick with the quiet of the night. I could hear the soft hum of the lights, the faint whisper of the wind outside, but underneath it all was something else. A low, patient sound that felt like a breath I could not hear, a voice that had no words but spoke in the hush between heartbeats. It was not a threat, it was not a promise. It was just there, as much a part of the night as the cold and the dark. I stepped back from the window and walked to the door. My hand rested on the handle, the metal cold and solid under my fingers. I could feel the slow, steady beat of my own heart, the quiet strength of it, a small comfort in the hush. I unlocked the door and pulled it open just a crack, the cold air rushing in to wash over me like a breath. The night was so still, so quiet. The figure at the pumps did not move, but I could feel the weight of him in the dark, the way the night seemed to bend around him like it had been waiting for this moment. I stepped out onto the cold concrete, the frost crunching under my shoes, and I stood there in the glow of the flickering lights. For a long moment, nothing moved. The night held its breath, the dark pressing close and quiet. I watched him, my breath slow and steady in the cold air, and I waited. And then, so softly I almost missed it, I saw him fade, the pale glow of his skin dimming, the edges of him blurring into the dark until there was nothing left but the quiet and the cold. I stood there for a long time, the frost biting at my skin, the soft hum of the pumps the only sound in the hush. I felt something ease in my chest, a quiet release of breath I had been holding for too many nights. The night felt empty without him, but it also felt lighter, like a weight had been lifted from the shadows. I walked back inside and locked the door behind me, the small click of the bolt no longer a threat but a promise of safety. I made coffee and watched the first light of dawn creep into the sky, the soft gold of it washing the quiet in gentle warmth. The store felt different in the morning light. Still small, still worn and tired, but no longer a place of fear, just a place where the night had come and gone, and where I had stood and faced it without flinching. The manager came in a few hours later, his smile easy and bright in the soft morning light. He asked how the night had been, and for the first time I did not have to lie. I told him it had been quiet, that everything was as it should be, and as I said the words, I knew they were true. I do not know if he will come again. I do not know if the pale figure was ever really there, or if he was just the shape of my own fear in the quiet hours of the night. But I know that if he does, I will be ready. I will stand in the hush of the store, the soft glow of the lights around me, and I will meet the darkness without turning away. Because the night will always come, and in the quiet spaces it leaves behind, I have learned to stand without fear. To see the dark not as something that waits to swallow me whole, but as something that can be faced, one breath at a time.